All right. I don't know if you're still muted. Is Commissioner Hill also online? There she is. Okay, I see she's there. Other.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have one commissioner missing today, Commissioner Baker. But we do have 7 of us available. So 2 online, 1, 2, 3, and 5 of us here locally. So you guys ready?
We need to wait for the law representative,
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Sarah. The law.
Oh, you wait. Yeah. So we got to wait on the attorney to get here before we can start. I'll find it. Yeah, we got 2 online. All right, you got recording? I didn't hear it this time. There you go. Okay. Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the March 7th, 2023 City Planning Commission meeting. This is a great time of the year. The daylight saving starts here this weekend, as well as all the basketball tournaments this week and next. So excited about that. Commissioners look forward to hearing your case today, as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is hybrid, we have time limits for the cases that we hear, which is we allow 5 minutes for the staff presentations of each case, 20 minutes for the applicant on their portion of the case, plus any questions from the commissioners. Then once we move to public comments, I will call on those who are in the council chambers first, followed by those who are joining us virtually. We do have a timer to keep track of the time and the amount of time everybody speaks. So we allow 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. In all instances, please limit repetitive comments. It's easy just to say what the last person said. I have the same feelings and that, and here's my 4 or 5 items too. So just so we keep from being repetitive. So everybody knows the comprehensive plan is in the final stages of production. The public comment is shutting down here, and so they're going to be preparing the final document, and hopefully we'll see that at the end of the month with approval probably first of next month, I believe. Yeah. So with that, as we get started, I ask staff to provide some ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting, just to make sure that we have the minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Anna, do you get the honors of telling this today?
Thank you. So I'm going to describe the hybrid meeting. As previously mentioned, we're both on Zoom and in the chambers. For those online, there are two categories of people involved. We have attendees and panelists. If you're an attendee, that means you're either a city staff member or a commissioner. For those who are here to talk about a case or represent a case, once you get promoted from a panelist position to an attendee, that's when you're going to be able to turn on your microphone and camera. When the chair calls a particular case, if you're online, you're going to use the raised hand function in Zoom. There's a ribbon at the bottom of your screen. It's got a little hand. You hit that button. That will indicate to city staff that you are ready to be promoted. Once that promotion has occurred, it's going to appear that you've been disconnected for a brief moment. That's just you rejoining the call as an attendee. It also helps with the promotion process. For those online, if you were to change your username on Zoom to your legal name, this helps identify folks better. If you are online and you're calling just via the phone, if you hit star followed by the number 9, then that also helps indicate for staff that you wish to be promoted. For those in the council chambers, once the chair calls the case and it's time for public testimony, you're going to approach the stand and the mic, and that will be your opportunity to give public testimony. If you are in person, please don't also be online on Zoom. Sometimes this can create some negative feedback with all of the microphones, and we just want to make sure that everyone is as clear as possible. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, thank you. Let's go ahead and start the meeting then. Somehow this meeting, we don't have any consent agenda items. So let's move right into the regular agenda, starting with the cases that are looking to be continued to a future date.
We have docket item number 4. This is case CD CPC 2022-00182. This is a request to approve a preliminary plat in an R7.5 district residential to allow for 17 detached lots on 2 tracts on about 20 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway and Northeast Rhine King Road. This is a request to continue to April 4th. There's also docket item number 5, case CD CPC 2023-0006. This is determining the compliance of the Union Hill 353 development plan for a Phoenix Redevelopment Corporation on approximately 52 acres, generally bound by 30th Street to the north, Gillum Road on the east, 31st Street on the south, and Main Street on the west for the redevelopment and rehabilitation of the neighborhood as provided in the UR Corporation Law of the state of Missouri. This is a request to continue to March 21st. Following is docket item number 6, case CD SUP 2022-00056. It's a request to approve a special use permit to allow for a restaurant in a R6 district residentially zoned on about 0.059 acres, generally located at 2032 Summit Street. Now, this is a request to continue to April 4th. The docket says March 21st, but city staff requests that it be continued to April 4th. Docket item number 7 is case CD SUP 2023-00004. This is a request to approve a special use permit for a temporary structure to be used as a transfer station in M3-1, which is a manufacturing zoning district on about 7.8 acres, generally located at 6709 East US 40 Highway. This is a request to continue to March 21st. Then there's docket item number 8. This is case CD CPC 2023-00013, a request to approve a rezoning from the R6 residential district to M3-5, which is manufacturing, to permit an existing non-conforming business on the subject site. It's generally about 6 acres and it's located at 3808 East 78th Street. And then to conclude the discussion of the dismissals and the the continuances. It's docket number 9, case CD SUP 2022-00046. Request to approve a special use permit for vehicular sales in a B3-2 district, which is a commercial district on about 0.34 acres, generally located at the corner of Northeast 82nd Terrace and North Oak Traffic Way. And this is a request for dismissal.
Okay. So in docket items 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, all of the fees are as stated on the agenda. So I think they're all without fees.
Yeah, without fee, and docket item number 6 is a continuance to April 4th.
Correct. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of these docket items? Commissioner Hill, Rojas? Okay.
Yep.
So at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Anybody out there that would like to speak regarding continuance of docket items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or the dismissal of docket item 9, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
No one is raising their hand on Zoom.
Okay, with that, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Clerk Rowell, I move to continue docket items 4, 5, 7, and 8 as stated in the docket, to continue docket item 6 without fee to April 4th and miss docket item 9.
I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Can you tell me who seconded? I didn't hear.
Commissioner Beasley,
Okay.
want me to go through the what the motion is again?
I heard that part. Thank
right.
you. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Prowl,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes then 7-0. With that, let's go back to docket item 1.
Now we've got 3 cases. They're companion cases 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3. Docket item number 1.1 is case CD CPC 2022-00202. A request to approve a rezoning from District R-6, which is residentially zoned, and District R 2.0, also a residential district, to District R 0.75, a residential zoning district, on about 19.79 acres, generally located at 3350 North Holmes Street. Docket item 1.2 is case CD CPC 2022-00203, and this is a request to approve an area plan amendment from residential medium density to residential high density on the same property as previously listed. And docket item 1.3, case CD CPC 2022-00205, a request to approve a development plan for a multi-unit development on the same property as previously listed. And Larissa Chomby is the staff planner.
Good morning. I will pull up the presentation and get started. All right, as was previously stated, these are 3 applications that are going to be heard all at once for 3350 North Holmes Road. It's for the project titled Ascent Apartments. The applicant is seeking approval of a development plan for a multi-unit development serving as a preliminary plat, an area plan amendment from residential medium density to residential high density, and a rezoning without plan from District R-6 and District R-2.5 to District R 0.75. The subject property is located in the Briarcliff Wynwood area, and it contains 3 heavily wooded lots. There are steep slopes along the east and west sides of the property, and the development is located, as you can see, they're heavily wooded. The subject property is located north of the city of North Kansas City, north of the hillside drainage ditch and the levee managed by the North Kansas City Levee District. The North Kansas City boundary is here to the south, and then as you can see, there's the water treatment plant. This very close to the property. The North Kansas City Levee District has commented on the project and has expressed concern about the increase of stormwater runoff that could cause heavy flooding to the city of North Kansas City. The developer is working with and will continue to work with the North Kansas City Levee District to ensure that all of their concerns are met. The first application is the area plan amendment, and they've provided a site plan showing the proposed amendment to the residential high density. The requirement for this amendment was by the Long Range Planning Division to ensure that the entire property matches throughout. They have also submitted a rezoning. The subject property currently the zoning does not allow for multi-unit buildings. A multi-unit building is a building containing 3 or more dwelling units that share common walls and or common floors and ceilings. The developer is proposing to rezone to R 0.75 to allow the building type. This rezoning would also allow for the maximum building height to be taller than the 35 and 40 feet required in the current zoning. This rezoning and the development plan will allow for 340 residential units. They are spread out within 4 buildings. There will be an increase in traffic along North Holmes that may affect the neighborhood to the north. However, the applicant is proposing full street improvements on North Holmes to allow for the increased traffic flow. The Missouri Department of Transportation reviewed the submitted traffic study and has no concerns or comments regarding their submittal. The developer is also proposing landscaping to the north of the lot to create a buffer between the 2 uses, the residential and the apartment style uses on the property. There will be an amenity deck to the south, far away from the current residential to the north, 558 parking stalls and a proposed trail connecting the development to North Oak Traffic Way to the west of the site. Staff did encourage the developer to design the project with the open space development and conservation development in mind. This development option would be ideal for the property as it would help with the stormwater management, protect water quality and retain more of the natural habitat. That development option would also allow for a taller building height and would negate the need for a rezoning. The developer, however, chose to proceed with the conventional lot and building standards. The development has 2 proposed ingress and egress along North Holmes. The fire department did approve the location of both accesses, and with the understanding that there will be a slower response time for emergency vehicles. The circulation on the site does provide for efficient and convenient movement. The applicant is also proposing bike storage in compliance with the code and efficient pedestrian connections. This is a provided stream buffer plan, and I'll let the applicant go into more detail regarding their plans. Here are the pedestrian connections. And they did provide a tree removal plan that shows most of the trees along North Cherry will be retained in order to help with the stormwater runoff. The developer is requesting approval of a waiver to the required half-street improvements along North Cherry. They are providing full improvements along North Holmes, and staff supports this request due to the concern for stormwater drainage along North Cherry, increasing the amount of impervious surface along North Cherry doesn't make sense for this stormwater management plan. So staff supports the waiver request. Here's just a layout of the first floor of one of the buildings. They all have garages and can be accessed through 2 major doors, at least for this building type. Their construction materials consist of asphalt shingles, stone veneer, LP board and batten siding, and LP siding. And then here's just a rendering of the proposed building. Here's the view from Cherry Street, North Cherry Street. And then this is the view from North Holmes. And this one is the road that will receive full improvements. The proposed development plan will be in conformance with the adopted plans and policies after the approval of the area plan amendment, rezoning, and once all conditions are satisfied. Staff is also asking that there be 2 conditions added. They're quite long, but they will satisfy the concerns that the North Kansas City Levy District has. The first are some corrections that are needed prior to the project plan. And then the second just ensures that all required permits are received by the end of the project plan approval or after project plan approval. And I won't read them out unless you'd like me to. But that is the end of my presentation, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the commissioners regarding docket item number 1?
No.
Go back to the slide that had the first project plan.
Yeah. This one.
What's the little side, the left?
So that is an existing cul-de-sac in the neighborhood to the north, and the applicant is going to improve that to retain that access, that turnaround access for the neighborhood.
Any other questions from the commissioners to city staff?
Is condition number 25 stay as stated? It talked about the stormwater.
The new one added.
I was just looking at the condition. I'll have to jump back to it. The conditions, condition number 25 as stated in the staff report that the new was added.
Yeah, that's still as stated, and that was submitted by LDD.
We're adding additional 2 conditions.
Yep.
The questions I have are reserved for the applicant. So at this time, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to the meeting here. So welcome. State your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Jack Mills with North Point Development. Address, our office is at 3315 North Oak Traffic
You
Way.
speak more into your microphone. It's kind of hard to hear you a little bit there. Thank you. Yeah, just hold it.
Jack Mills with North Point Development.
There you go.
Our office address is 3315 North Oak Traffic Way, actually directly adjacent to this proposed plan. A brief presentation I'll run through quickly and then primarily be available for questions. So Ascent Apartments is the name of the project. And just to highlight, as I mentioned here, our headquarters is directly adjacent to this property off North Oak Traffic Way. So in 2021, we acquired the former Cerner Oaks campus farmland building, formerly known as, and then moved in there last year. That was a total $30 million investment, and we have about 331 employees there currently with a capacity of 1,000 plus at full capacity. So just wanted to highlight that to show that this is an area that's important to us, and this was really the birthplace for this project and plan. Larissa had this included in her presentation, but just to show again the building elevations and the rendering of what these buildings will look like. And then through this project, we did have our neighborhood meeting on January 25th and reached out to a number of different organizations and stakeholders, including Northland Neighborhoods or NNI, Clay County EDC, and the Northland Chamber to hear their feedback. And in the neighborhood meeting, a large concern was, even before the project, the concern with safety and traffic on North Holmes Street and the speed and visibility on there. So we have a rendering here and some photos of existing conditions just to show the changes that we'll make with the full street improvement and the addition of an 8-foot wide sidewalk on the east side of Holmes Street or west side of Holmes Street there. Included on the left side there is from the Briarcliff Wynwood area plan, just to show that Holmes is a proposed pedestrian improvement corridor. So we are conforming with that. And there were some comments about why the entrance was not on Cherry Street and both of our entrances on Holmes. And these are two primary factors, along with some very extreme topography that made it very difficult, nearly impossible to have any access off of Cherry Street. This is another view, just a section view of the Holmes Street improvement. So you can see the property line, open space and sidewalk in comparison to the street, and then the proposed site that does have retaining walls along the Holmes Street side of the project. One concern that we heard at our neighborhood meeting from folks that live to the north and on Kenwood Avenue, there's a number of houses that have a dead end road with a small turnaround there. So we did create this rendering to give an example of what this would look like. I know there were some concerns about how large these buildings were, and through design, we did drop down the finished floor elevation so that you could only expose that top portion of the apartment building to the folks to the north, and then we'll include the landscape screening, as you see here, with some trees added along that property line. Another concern at the neighborhood meeting was that existing turnaround, which to many people's surprise was actually across the property line for this. And initially a dead end road, this did become sort of a cul-de-sac or turnaround. The original design did not include a retaining wall to preserve this exactly as it sits today. We were going to work through various options, and we thought the best case scenario was to add a second retaining wall and keep that turnaround exactly as it is today for those folks living to the north. As Larissa mentioned, we have been working with the North Kansas City Levee District to address any stormwater concerns. There's been a previous concern with overtopping of that levee and that its capacity is close to max. And so we've worked with them since the beginning of our project application to submit not only our preliminary stormwater study, but also a macro study for the entire watershed, which you can see outlined with the red line on this slide. So our site is a small portion of what contributes to this, but we've been cooperating with both North Kansas City, the Levee District, and KCMO staff to ensure that we're addressing those concerns, and the conditions that Larissa mentioned will require us to go through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for approval, as well as formal approval on the final design prior to permitting by the North Kansas City Levee District. That's the end of my presentation, but happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
No.
Okay. Anybody here get questions?
I'd like to learn a little bit more about the stormwater management, the concerns.
Can you pull your microphone closer to you?
Yeah. I'd like to learn a little bit more about the stormwater management, how you're working with the KC Water Department with regards to flooding on the water or wastewater treatment plant. They would be my initial one, stormwater, and then I would probably, one of my concerns is we've just passed or changed some language on chapter 88, and I just want to understand how the potential new language is affecting. Are you paying the offset of removal of those trees? And so I just want to understand how that's working with this development. Now, I don't know whether chapter 88's been passed or, but I'd like to understand that. So stormwater management, that, and then I think there was I've read somewhere that you're not increasing impervious acres, and I'd just like to understand how that's working, because there seems to be a lot of impervious acres in that development to me. So they were sort of the three areas that I was.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. So on the stormwater specifically, just to answer the process that we're going through. So we started with our typical stormwater study that would be required for any project. And the staff has actually allowed the levy district to comment throughout the process on our project as staff would. And so we've addressed those concerns, gone through multiple reviews with them to this point, and do have a complete macro study of the watershed with a few comments, as Larissa mentioned, that have been added as conditions of the project. We've confirmed with the levy district that they feel comfortable with this project proceeding with where the stormwater study and the management plan is at now. They do review plans all the way up to final design and permitting, which is just not where this project is at that stage. So they can't completely sign off and give formal approval. And so there'll be additional submittals as we work through permitting to get their full approval, as well as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer approval, which will be before permitting as well. As far as the open space and undisturbed acreage, we did leave a portion of the sites along the west side undisturbed on Cherry, but given the topography, there is a lot of significant grading in order to make the project work and to get these buildings and entrances on the property. So there is a majority of the site that has to be disturbed, but we did have a large dry detention basin added to the south that is helping with the stormwater runoff, and a section to the north of our retaining wall where we'll be planting new landscaping for that screening as well. And on the stormwater, if there's specific or more technical questions, our engineering team is here as well. I'm happy to let them pitch in on that.
I think there's a disparity I think you've got a wet and a dry pond, and depending on what drawing you're looking at. So be just interested what your plans are. Is it a dry or wet pond? Would be a question I've got.
In our original plan, we did have both a dry and a wet detention basin. And after working with the levy district, the basin on the west side was not feasible with the slopes. As you saw in some of Larissa's photos, there is a pretty extreme cliff almost on that side. And so we eliminated that basin and changed the wet detention basin that was originally to the south to a dry detention basin for added capacity.
How many parking spots per unit there are?
This is about 1.6 parking ratio.
The other one, the trees are a concern for me. We just passed some language. We had a long hearing with regards to tree canopies in Kansas City, Missouri, and it seems like we are just clearing the whole block. From my perspective, when I look at the plan. So I'm not sure what we're preserving from trees, but it doesn't seem to be a lot. And, we're trying to keep that 30% target within Kansas City, Missouri. So I'm wondering what the plan is. I know maybe the language hasn't been passed.
It has not. No, that has not been passed by council.
Yeah,
Right.
not fully adopted yet.
Right. But we know it's going through, and I'd like some discussion around that, because it seems to me that there's just a lot of trees being removed on this development.
Absolutely. And as staff said, I don't think that specific ordinance or change will affect this project because of timing, but on the general concern of tree preservation, we felt that this site in particular, where it sits between Holmes and Cherry, benefits from this use. And in the immediate area, if you see the image that's still on my screen here with the watershed, directly to the east of Holmes, there is a very, very large area of fully wooded land that is still going to exist today. So we think that taking this parcel and providing a better use, providing some density along the North Oak corridor is going to be a net benefit. And we do still benefit from preserving those trees on the other parcels to the east that we actually have looked at for feasibility when we looked at this project. And although the topography is difficult on our parcels, it is, I believe, even more difficult, and I don't anticipate any sort of development happening in that area east of Holmes. anytime in the near future. So we hope that having that in close proximity does help minimize any impact of the trees we are taking down. There is a landscape plan as a part of the submittal that shows what we are planting back. And so we'll have some extensive landscape and native grasses along the frontages of both Cherry and Holmes.
You can, Mike, please.
Sorry, Commissioner Allender, just looking at parcel viewer, just so you're aware that properties east of North Home Street are privately owned. So while they are wooded, there's a chance that someone would determine that they too want to build a similar type of project and potential that here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, and we can talk about this when we come back after we hear public testimony, but just we know that that tree ordinance is going to, or the changing language is going to go through. I just want to see how we could address that.
Could I ask a question? You made a point to point out where the company office is on the map.
So it is
Directly west.
directly west, basically on the exact opposite side of Cherry Street where Larissa's Mouse is there. Have a building there and then a parking lot to the north.
Where your partner is where your office is.
Correct. And then Waterworks Park is there directly west of North Oak Traffic Way.
That's the thing that I'm not understanding in my limited knowledge about stormwater is that there's a lot of trees that are being taken out for a dry detention basin. Seems like counterintuitive to me. So I'm trying to think of like, is there a way to preserve at least the trees that are not taking up by parking lot and building in a way that's more space efficient?
So on this project, from the beginning, we've probably gone through about 30 iterations of different formats and layouts to see what would be most beneficial. And the grade change and topography is so difficult as it stands, even with this plan, which we thought was the best, that we did not see any way to increase any more tree preservation. Now, we did try to counteract that with our landscape plan on what will be planted as a part of this project. But
Do you study underground water retention?
we did, and actually we had as a portion of this plan in one iteration, underground detention along Holmes Street. Surprisingly enough, going through the levy district's review of the macro study, although it did help with the total volume of stormwater that did enter that levy, the timing actually became worse, and it actually had worse results with the underground detention about it. And my engineers can chip in for additional information, but generally that was what we found. That answer your questions?
Yeah. Just seems like a heavily forested area would provide more value than a dry detention.
Oh, on the rendering, you showed where the full street upgrade was taking place. You showed one side that completely lost its tree.
Scroll back up to that slide. Yes. Yeah, so along that, so the east side of the west side of Holmes Street where the sidewalk is that the side that you're referring to?
Other side. Arrow is now, isn't that the same side that you're showing on the floor level? Somebody is on a sidewalk there, right?
Yeah, so the
Bottom one, not the top one, the bottom one.
so on the right side, that would be the side of our proposed project, and that's where the sidewalk goes. And there's some large retaining walls that we're putting in for the topography along that street frontage. And so those trees will all be cleared out on that side. On the opposite side of the street, it would only be what's necessary for the road improvement and then the added curb and gutter. So there wouldn't be any additional.
Firing on the side where you say you put it.
There is not, no, with the grading that has to occur in the retaining walls and backfill, there's no way to feasibly preserve any existing trees. We are planting new trees along that street line, as well as native grasses along the roadside ditch all the way down Holmes. I did want to highlight that this road improvement extends a bit further than typical. So it goes from our northern property line and then extends down south, past the parcel, along a parcel owned by Kansas City to the Levy District property bridge. So we're taking that all the way down to help provide some pedestrian connection to North Kansas City's Mackin Park and other areas.
Marissa, could you pull down one page? Commissioner Beasley, I think this is kind of helps explain why they have to grade everything in that little basin, the swale, and add extra ground. And so that's why they'll everything.
And as he mentioned, most of this was dictated by our stormwater process and working with the Levy District to find what would be best and meet their concerns for that stormwater management. So this open space swale and then some trees along the roadway is what we found was the most feasible.
Okay, so the questions I have, just a few of them, access. So you talked about North Home Street, it's going to be improved all the way down to the north side of the levee. What's the, I guess the typical section of that? So you've got, from this section, you've got a 10-foot wide sidewalk. Then some open space that's 5 or 6 feet, and then the roadway, 2-lane road. And then on the east side, is there any sidewalk or any access over there?
There is not. So we'll have no access on the east side. And we have both of the full 8-foot sidewalk on the west side of Holmes, just because that's where our 2 entrances are to the site. And it's all wooded open space to the east. And so we thought that was the most beneficial to capture our site as well as anybody in the single family properties to the north.
Okay, so this extends clear down to Northeast 32nd Terrace. You do not go across the levee, is that correct?
Correct. We stop before the levee.
Okay. Yeah, and that trail or 10-foot wide section will come all the way down to that point, because just making sure, because I know there's here not too far down the road, they're looking at a trail project basically from Harris all the way over to Riverside, and being able to tie in with that. Right away for North Holmes, it looks like the current right away is 40 feet, give or take. Probably going to need more. Is it all dedicated on your side of the roadway, the additional right away?
Yeah, so we'll have a total of 0.3 acres dedicated, and I believe that is equal to the existing.
So that'll get you to about an 80-foot right away through there.
I believe so.
And then can you remind me again, is that cul-de-sac on the north side? So that's not going to tie into your access road. It's just going to remain as is
Correct.
today. If there is no connectivity between the two, but you'll have a retaining wall in there somewhere.
Mhm.
How tall is that retaining wall? I guess I can look it up here.
On
So you're
there.
talking about 13 foot, give or take. In
Correct.
that area. So you want, as part of your grading and whatever you're doing for that retaining wall, you're not going to affect that turnaround in any way. Is that correct?
Correct. Our existing plan did impact that turnaround area. And after hearing the neighborhood concerns, we essentially added that second retaining wall solely for the purpose of preserving that existing turnaround as it is today.
Okay. The 10-foot trail, does that go clear up to your north property line?
A 10-foot trail? No, it does not.
Where does it?
And actually the sidewalk is an 8-foot sidewalk, not 10-foot, but it does go all the way to our northern entrance. The road improvements continue past our northern entrance to the property line, but the sidewalk does stop at our northern entrance just because there were grade concerns with the existing right of way.
So it doesn't, I mean, it stops short your north entrance you have into your side. It stops on the north side of that then?
Correct. On the south side.
Okay. I would think you just take it to the north side only because who knows, it may extend that way. They don't mess with your driveway.
Mhm.
If that were the case, you know, you could keep that open. Otherwise, you got to relook at your driveway and what have you. It's just a suggestion. I don't think I have anything else. Anything? Go ahead.
I just had, you talked about less response time. What is the difference on response time?
We reached out to the fire department to get an exact difference on the response time, and we weren't able to get an exact number from them, but they did mention that it would be a slightly increased response time. One more note on the trail comments. On the southern portion of the site, on the site plan, you can see a connection that does come down to Cherry Street. And I think Larissa mentioned that in her report as well. And so we have a planned trail connection and crossing on Cherry that will then have an added trail using our office property to connect to North Oak. In addition to that, we are working Parks Department on the parcel to the south to get a new trail that bridges the gap between Cherry Street and Holmes Street for a public trail on that property that uses the bottom portion of our property as well, just as added walkability and to answer some of your questions on the trails. If there are still specific questions on stormwater management, I'm happy to let the engineers comment on that as well. But
Is there any, maybe it's the water department, but I'd just like to hear on their comfort level on what you're doing from a stormwater management perspective. Sadowski's point, we're taking a lot of trees off. So I'd like to just hear from the water department if they're online.
Sure, Mr. Commissioner, Travis Kiefer, Casey Water. And there's really two different issues there. The taking out the trees as far as providing detention basin, you're looking at more water quality and a runoff impacting the runoff coefficient than you are actually creating volume to capture the stormwater. To the point, I think the question was asked earlier, did you look at underground detention for the site? If that underground detention was located in the same area that the detention basin is located in, obviously the trees would have to be removed for that as well. Typically, we look at that as incorporating underground detention under the parking areas and that sort of thing to not remove more trees. So I can't answer that. Maybe the applicant can answer if they've evaluated that as far as incorporating underground detention under the entire parking area. And that may answer that question. But as I mentioned, there is a lot of coordination with the levy district on this, because not only is the levy district concerned, but also the water department itself is concerned due to the infrastructure that we have downstream of this facility.
And Travis, from what you've seen right now, you're okay with it's not going to have a significant impact on your infrastructure?
I think that remains to be seen. I think that information is to be developed as they move forward in the project.
Okay, thanks.
And is there somebody representing the levy district? Wondering if we could give them some time to add in why they put those conditions.
Okay, any other questions? All right, with that, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony then. So again, we're going to start with those that are here in the chambers first, followed by those that are joining us online. And so as you come up and ready to speak, please state your name and address for the record, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Metter. I'm at 9944 North Charlotte Street, and I'm representing my daughter, son-in-law, and their family who reside at 3520 North Kenwood, which is one of the two properties joining the north boundary of the development. I spend a fair amount of time babysitting, so I get to watch vehicles come down the street, including fire trucks, trash trucks, contractors, various people. And the cul-de-sac that there is a makeshift cul-de-sac. It was not poured by the city. And it's only about 40 feet wide. And so some trucks have a real problem. They do not just a 3-point turn, but a 5 or a 7-point turn to get turned around to go back down the street. One of my concerns, and by the way, the quality of the development looks great, and I'm thankful for that, but I have some concerns in the details. At my daughter and son-in-law's house, it looks to me like the grading would cut the cul-de-sac in half and start a 3-to-1 slope down to the retaining wall. And excuse me, I do have some hearing problem. I could hear everybody except the people facing away from me. So, and I started working for city development in 1975. The sound system has improved just a little, but not much. Anyway, the concern is for vehicles to be able to come down into a dog leg one direction and then back up into another dog leg the other side and then turn around 180 degrees. And that's a primary concern. This second one, I don't know if the city's coordinated with North Kansas City on the amount of traffic that will come down to the stop sign at Mackin Park. So that's a second concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good morning, everybody. Hi, I'm Kim Nakahoto. I am with the city of North Kansas City, located, our city hall is located at 2010 Howell Street. So I am currently the acting city administrator, and I do appreciate you letting us make some comments today. I believe you have received a letter from Mayor DeLong, who is the mayor of North Kansas City, in support of this project, as long as the conditions that are mentioned and requested by the North Kansas City Levy District are met with concern of downstream flooding. We believe that this project will be beneficial to both cities, especially our locally owned businesses in North Kansas City. We are grateful that the North Development Team has been very responsive to the Levy District's concerns during the planning process. We do request that they continue to work collaboratively with the district to ensure that the Ascent apartments are designed and constructed responsibly to protect our community. We ask that the conditions requested by the North Kansas City Levy District are met before any construction permit is issued so that the project can proceed in a responsible and beneficial way for both of our communities. And I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Anthony Sands, representing the city of North Kansas City, 2010 Howell Street, North Kansas City, 64116. I'm the Director of Public Works for the city of North Kansas City and also the floodplain administrator. So in both of these roles, I have a great interest in what is happening with stormwater in and around North Kansas City and what could actually be contributing to increase in flooding in our city. As Larissa stated, this proposed development is located in the Rock Creek watershed, and we've had a lot of conversation about the Rock Creek watershed here and what the extent of it is. As water comes off this watershed, it is directed towards downhill towards directly the hillside, what's locally known as the Hillside Levee. The Hillside Levee is a component of the North Kansas City Levy District Federal Levee Project and is sometimes at risk of overtopping in a flash flood. So this levee, it protects not only North Kansas City from flooding, but also different sections of Kansas City, including the downtown airport and the water treatment plant of Kansas City. And as it comes downhill, it's directed right at this hillside levee and is collected in a hillside ditch, basically, that then conveys it to the Missouri River. All this is kind of shown on those renderings we've seen. And again, we're just, have concerns, about the increase of stormwater inside this hillside ditch. Currently, as it's been mentioned, the Rock Creek watershed is underdeveloped with mostly wooded land cover. As this changes from its natural state into more of a impervious concrete pipe, water has the potential to increase this speed of the water that comes off the site. I say potential because, as we all know, responsible design can mitigate these effects. Design and construction that, frankly, can traditionally be more expensive and requires more conservative estimates in the design stage, but ultimately ensures that, stormwater control is met. Again, just, grateful for the planning commissions looking at this, the developers looking and working with the North Kansas City Levy District, and the inclusion of the comments, the conditions in the report. And I hope that going forward through the whole process, those conditions are met and they continue to work with the Levy District. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sands, just curious, do you represent the Levy District, Annie, or no?
No, I do not. Just the
Okay.
city of North Kansas City.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Good to see
Morning.
y'all. Shu Wood, 2010 Howell Street, North Kansas City, 64116. I'm here speaking on behalf of the City of North Kansas City. I'm the Director of the Community Development of North Kansas City. I'd like to thank you for listening and asking all those awesome questions. And we had the same questions when we heard about this project and while this project are developing. So while I agree with all my colleagues has said, I just want to add a couple little comments to this. First, we do believe this project will be good to the region. It will incentivize our economy, and it is overall a great add-on to this region. However, I want to also voice our concerns about this watershed. So Rock Creek watershed has been designated a long time ago and has been studied by the City of Kansas City and by the City of North Kansas City, along with North Kansas City Levy District. So this is not like a watershed and just popped up last night. It has been there, has been sitting there, and has its own vegetation and topography and its own nature. It's a very unique feature in this area. Like Mr. Sand has mentioned, so this area has always been under the consideration for development throughout the past decades, and always has been under the discussion of the stormwater runoff. In the Briarcliff and Wynwood area plan, as Mr. Mills mentioned, it was dedicated to be a conservation area. It is a conservation district, which correlates with your zoning code that for encouraging conservation development standards. In other words, actually the area plan has stated a 60% of open space to be encouraged and required for this particular standard. We do believe that there is a little bit more work needs to be done at the end of the day while they were looking at the macro study for the stormwater runoff. But we also believe that staff, your staff and the staff from Levy District and from North Kansas City is in good coordination at this moment. So I just want to voice my concern and also thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, David Slater, Clay County Economic Development Council, 7001 North Locust Street in Gladstone. I don't see anybody from Northland neighborhoods here, but I just want to tell you that I've been on that committee to talk about this. We're both excited about this plan. This is going to be something, if you look at North Point, everything they've touched has turned gold. They took this old farmland building that went to Cerner that was vacant for a long time. Now, if you haven't toured it, it's beautiful. And they're looking for a place that they can put some of their workforce right behind them. And when you look at it, this is on North Oak, and Councilman Bunch and I serve on a committee down at the Mid-America Regional Council. We just approved $5.5 million of $6.9 million to improve that infrastructure right in front of this building. We want this to be a jewel of the city, and it's going to be the gateway to the Northland from North Kansas City. And if you haven't been to North Kansas City, they've got it going on there. We just want to bring that momentum up north. The improvements to North Homes, that's a mess right now. We got kids riding bikes, walking on that, and if they can put this sidewalk and this trail in, it's going to be really good. And it's building density. If you're familiar with Northland, this is an older section of it, and we need the households to come in there and support businesses like Haskone's and the other areas like that. And last fall, I chaired North Kansas City's bond levy issue for the school district. And the idea is we put a lot of money in these schools down here because we want to build up our neighborhoods and keep them good, keep them safe. And this will add to that. And as I say, it's North Point. North Point hasn't touched anything that hasn't worked out really well. And then there's concerns about trees. I get that. I love the outdoors. I camp. I used to camp a whole lot, but I've spent a lot of time down at the Mid-America Regional Council, and the idea is to bring everything back in, to fill it back in. This does that. It's not something that we're talking about out by the airport. It's something we're talking about just on the very south end of the limit, the Northlands city limits. So yeah, trees will go, but it's the idea, the concept of bringing everything back into the donut. It's a good project. Love to see you pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Zach Tarbill. I'm a resident at 3523 North Kenwood Avenue. While I can see some positives for the surrounding community with this development, I do have a few concerns I'd like to be voiced here. As a resident in the nearest street to the proposed development on Kenwood, I'm extremely concerned with the effect this proposed development may have on our property values. Being the nearest block of homes, from what I can tell from North Point site plans, my home would be 600 feet or less from the first 4-story multifamily building. In my real estate experience, such intrusion of multifamily or commercial looking developments so near a predominantly single family area has negative impacts on the desirability of those bordering single family homes. I'm also greatly concerned with the massive additional volume of vehicular traffic on North Holmes Road. Our access from North Kenwood to North Holmes is quite dangerous as it is, with speeding cars and a very limited sight line to northbound Holmes traffic. To think about a community that could add 340 possible vehicles per day, or if more than one, it sounded like 1.6 earlier, getting close to the 600 mark on additional vehicles every day on North Holmes. It's crazy to me to believe that they have chosen to have 0 entry and exit points onto the much less traveled Cherry Street on the other side of their proposed tract. Their argument in the public meeting was that it was cost prohibitive, yet there are homes built into the hillside on Cherry with personal driveways, and the nearby Timberline apartment community has also managed to build access on both Holmes and Cherry. This brings me to my next concern, that it seems the only forested area they intend to preserve of this 19+ acres is about 150 feet lining the Cherry Street side of their property. The same side of the land that they supposedly cannot build road access with, this side of the track happens to be their own backyard to the new headquarter building, as they've shown on North Oak. It feels as though they may be trying to protect their own views and traffic problems, putting the rest of this burden on the citizens that currently reside here. Our 5-home dead-end street of North Kenwood Avenue with a cul-de-sac turnaround is often used by lost drivers to speed to the end, turn around, and speed back off the street. Today is the first I've heard that the cul-de-sac is now being retained in their plans. But we do have children, animals playing in this area, and the thought of nonstop intentional and unintentional construction traffic making its way onto the street is a safety concern for what they estimate of 2 years of construction. And then once built, with the entries only on homes, how many of those residents, food deliveries, things like that are going to unintentionally end up on our small Kenwood Avenue? So, and just as a parting, I wanted to show, we mentioned the turnaround there. This is a FedEx truck that every day does a 6-point turn in the already small cul-de-sac that we have. Trash trucks every day back up our street. They're unable to turn around as it is. So the thought of adding construction traffic and whatnot there is very concerning to us. Thank you.
So just a question for you then. If took out the cul-de-sac and tied it into the access, is that a better solution or is it a worse solution?
I don't know. I have to see the plans on that. It would, to me, it should be connected. It's kind of cutting us off. I think the sidewalk, as you saw, is cut off before it gets to our Kenwood Avenue. So there's sort of like a cutoff there right at the north side of their property line that they're doing all these improvements, and it's kind of ostracizing us from that. So I do think a connection road there would help that kind of fluidity between the two.
Yeah, I would think if you're concerned about traffic going back and forth, that would potentially or could add traffic. So that's why I was just curious. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Hello, and thank you for your questions as well, and for doing your duty for us. My name is Robin Campbell, and I live at 3524 North Kenwood Avenue, up there with those 5 houses on the dead-end street cul-de-sac. I moved there because I love how beautifully wooded and natural and native it is. And so this feels like a big negative for me personally to enjoy the property that I chose. I understand underutilized and I understand that North Kansas City is growing so much. I would also like to bring up the point that North Kansas City and Kansas City right there they share a lot of the same traffic routes and all that. And there have been 3 developments that have just recently gone in down in North Kansas City. And those are not even occupied at this point in time yet. So that area where they have also done the modifications in North Kansas City, taking away a lane of traffic to provide bike lanes on both sides. We're down to like 1 lane for traffic down in North Kansas City. And it has gotten very, very congested already. And that's before people are moving into all the developments that are still in progress. Anyway, I feel that that's creating a situation where I'll be not able to enjoy my chosen property and area as well as what I have up to now. So that to me is just a negative. I do not want to see those trees torn down. There is a lot of wildlife that is up there. That is part of what helps us to enjoy where we chose to live. We all chose to live in a place that is a low density zone so that we would have that experience. So as just a person, I'm just telling you personally, I'm not a planning person or commissioner. So I don't know obviously I know that the North Kansas City floods. I just would like to just state that I'm just not for rezoning that area point blank. And I also did want to, I found actually a neighbor who couldn't be here today found this in the materials for North Points. This was from their traffic study. And this traffic study says that both of their entrances to their apartment complex would be inadequate. So we have a lot of buses that go down North Holmes. It's a pretty heavily trafficked area. North Kansas City High School, their buses line up and go in and out of there twice a day. Okay, so you could probably start to imagine the way that the traffic would be impacted by having another huge development put in right there. To me, it just sounds like we're asking for major congestion and just overall displeasure to enjoy, what has been a really beautiful, wonderful place to be and to live. So appreciate you listening to me.
Yep, thank you. Anybody else? Like we got one coming forward here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for this hearing. My name is Annie Fleshman. I live on 3521 North Kenwood Avenue, which is at the intersection of 35th Street and Kenwood Avenue, Kansas City North. It was a little bit difficult to hear some of the comments, so I'm hoping I'm not being repetitious. But I did want to add my voice to the fact I'm one of the neighborhood on the hill up above where the apartment will go. It shouldn't affect us too much, but there is some question about our turnaround. And at one time, I know they had proposed a chain link fence to go not only on the side of our property, but across the turnaround in order to grade it down for their retaining wall. I don't know if that's changed or not, but that would worry us very much because the city has maintained the turnaround. This is a picture of the city street. Kenwood Avenue. It's an integral part of our street. Oh, and it also helps to know that Kenwood Avenue is in segments north of us. So a lot of people get on the wrong segment and then they have to turn around. This includes cars, delivery trucks, ambulances, fire trucks. And the GPS can be a little bit iffy in this neighborhood, so they often get on the wrong street and have to turn around. I've seen 2 ambulances accompanied with their fire truck nowadays that have gotten on the wrong street. And I've watched them as they turned around the cul-de-sac. And they were able to turn around and get toward where they were needed in a relatively good time. However, if the circle was closed in any way or changed, if anything, but made larger, it would be a significant time waste because they would have to back up to get off the street. And it would be a terrible waste of time. I'm a retired critical care nurse. And if a child is choking or someone is having a heart attack, seconds are important. Not just minutes, but seconds. And there's a time element here for both mail trucks, delivery trucks, and certainly for emergency vehicles. Efficient traffic flow and public safety are involved here. I hope to hear soon that our circle will remain open for necessary traffic. I may have missed it in some that I couldn't hear this morning, but thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that was one of the questions I had. The
Okay.
circle's going to remain as is. They're going to work around it and work south of it so they won't affect or touch the circle that's there right now today.
That's very good news.
Yeah.
I can sleep nights now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? How many more want to speak just out of curiosity? Okay. Thank
Good
you.
morning, thank you. My name is Miguel Angel Tarbell, and I live in 3523 North Kenwood Avenue. And I have a concern of safety about the new development. My primary mode of transportation is via electric scooter that I use pretty much every day to commute to the North Kansas City YMCA where I work. The increase of construction and vehicular traffic both during construction and after, with the potential for 680 plus vehicles coming up the hill, being added to the North Holmes traffic can be a big threat for my safety. And there is tons of pedestrian that comes up that hill as well. I hope you could see the impact that this will have on traffic and the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Chair, or sorry, I don't know. Who said that.
Real quick,
I
please.
just want to add that a sidewalk on North Holmes would be wonderful. All right.
All right.
But for me, not at the expense of the forest. That's
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
There's one person online, Bryant DeLong.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. Bryant DeLong, Mayor of North Kansas City, 2010 Hal. I've already submitted a letter for this. I'll be very brief. I just want to go on record today in support of the Ascent Apartment project with the conditions related to stormwater that are currently outlined in the staff report. I'll add that I appreciate North Point's ongoing commitment to working with the levy district to satisfy those conditions related to stormwater runoff, and that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
No one else has raised their hand online.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to close all public testimony then. And this is an opportunity for the applicant then we go through the things that were brought up during the public testimony so they can address those items. And then after that, then we'll just speak amongst the commission to make a decision here. So, okay. So if you don't mind addressing some of the comments, if you've got them written down, I think I have a few too, and we'll probably ask some questions afterwards. So go ahead.
Yeah, so the first one, I think we already sort of addressed on the turnaround. So that was not included originally, which might have brought some of the confusion, but we did add the retaining wall to fully preserve the turnaround as it exists today. I know that it was mentioned having a through street could be beneficial as opposed to the turnaround to actually bridge that gap and connect it to the development. I think that there's multiple opinions on this. I know that some prefer the privacy aspect of keeping that existing turnaround. And actually, I think that's the majority of what we heard was the screening. And so adding that landscape and retaining wall we thought was much better. And to be quite frank, with the topography, I don't know if it would be possible to connect that existing Kenwood Avenue to the development. Home Street is by far the easiest option for our entrances. And so that's why we included both of those on Home Street. Aside from the turnaround, I heard general traffic concerns on North Holmes, and we agree that North Holmes definitely needs improvement. And so having the exemption or the waiver to have a full street improvement on North Holmes rather than a half street improvement on both Cherry and Holmes was going to be beneficial to everybody to the north, as well as our development, and adding that 8-foot wide sidewalk was going to help alleviate any of those existing or future traffic concerns. To address the comment on the Cherry Street entrances, it sounded like there was a preference that that would be used. We did look at having entrances on Cherry, and actually as North Point with our office on that Cherry Street side, we would much prefer to have those entrances. And we tried through many iterations to get that to work, and it just was not feasible with the topography. And so that's why we ended up having both of those on Holmes. I think that a majority of the other concerns were on stormwater, which I'll hand off to some of our engineers who are here today. But if there's any others aside from stormwater concerns.
Do you have a traffic study performed on this site?
We did.
Okay, any conclusions with that?
We did. I think somebody mentioned sight lines. There was on our northern entrance a concern with the sight lines with the existing trees. This is actually one of the areas that we're preserving and not disturbing on the far north corner. Larissa, if you have my presentation still handy, there's a good view on the site plan. It's a sliver that extends further north than the rest of the property. If you go to the very first slide here, you can see in that northeast corner, there is an existing piece of that parcel, kind of a triangle that goes up. And so our intent is to preserve most of that as it stands today. You could make improvements. We could add a retaining wall to increase the sight lines to the north there. But we tried to preserve as much as we could on that section.
What's the speed limit there?
I believe it's 35.
That means like 45, 50 in real time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay,
Ask a question of the
go ahead,
applicant.
please.
Certainly a unique situation with the cul-de-sac that's on your property that's apparently, was maybe street owned by the city, but perhaps someone implied that it was poured separately. Not saying I want to condition this. Would you all consider, since it is on your property and since a lot of these homeowners, I mean, what I would be upset about is that this was zoned for a less dense zoning, and all of a sudden with the neighborhood and moving, it's going to look different than what I was told it was going to look like. Would you all be open to improving their cul-de-sac and making it wider so that it could address some of those neighbors' concerns about turning around and making their quality of life better?
Yes, we would. So we actually did look at making improvements or modifications to avoid this second retaining wall. And our first option that we looked at was doing sort of a hammerhead turnaround. So having an extension to the east and to the west where cars could then pull into one side, back up and turn around if it was larger vehicles that may not be able to do a full circle in that existing, not really a cul-de-sac, but it's more of a bulbed out dead end. Looking at that option, we did hear some concerns from the neighbors that they didn't like that as much as what was existing. But we're definitely open to work with any of the stakeholders to find what works best. I don't know if a full size cul-de-sac is feasible in that location, similar to what you'd see if there were houses around all sides of it. But I think that surely keeping the existing or adding some sort of hammerhead would be better than a dead end the property line.
If you did study it, do you know what the diameter is right now? Is it, someone said 40? Happen to have
Let's see
that?
here.
If not, it's not.
There's two. I'd say that's about what I recall. And yeah, 40 feet is probably fairly accurate, but I don't know the exact dimensions of that.
Okay. So at this time, let's go ahead and close testimony then, speak amongst the commission. Did you have a question first?
I wanted to go back to Travis's point around underground retention under the parking. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, I think I'll have my engineers speak on some of the stormwater concerns if there are additional. Melissa or Neil like to come up.
So could you pull to the condition slide while they're going over this?
Hi, my name's Neil Haas, with North Point, 3315 North Oak Traffic Way. We did look at underground detention as an option for this development, and with the amount of water we're detaining, we're going to be able to provide a better protection to the levee in the levee district with a large 15-foot hole in the ground, essentially, with that dry detention basin on the south side of the property. So it's really, it's how the site drains from north to south to begin with. And so we were able to just find it to be the most efficient use of space.
Combination.
What's that?
Like, could it be a combination part of it under the parking lot as well as a?
We could certainly explore other options. Like I said, we were just trying to detain stormwater to a level as far below the existing conditions as possible to alleviate the concerns from the levee district.
It kind of seems like the detention pond on the south side, because of the grading, they're able to capture more area to that pond, where if they put it up in the parking lot that's underground, really they're only going to be able to catch pavement and the building downspouts. Does that make sense? So you're not able to capture additional that's around the building.
I think that's correct with the parking lot. Looking at those options, there's only so much you can capture in a detention basin or underground detention that's there to the north. Everything drains off east and west or south pretty drastically. So the pond at the far south end was the most feasible.
Okay. Any follow-up questions? Good.
I mean, my inclination knowing that is just that I wish the buildings would squeeze together a little more on the north side so that that parking would be on the south and then therefore underground. Is just to give a better layout to allow for the parking to be.
On that note, one comment would just be that our intent with staying consistent with the area plan was to keep the buildings on the perimeter. And so it was shown as a preference to keep that parking all central and to not have any garages or parking areas directly along that frontage.
Yeah. Commissioner Hill, any comments? Commissioner Rojas, any questions? Okay.
I just would say if it's heavily wooded, I don't see that being as much of a concern. I think it would make to be pulled together and have the parking face so heavily. I realize this gets the devil's in the details, so.
Yeah, and my only comment on that note would just be that the topography, I don't know if I have a grading plan on my presentation, but is drastic may even be an understatement. Some of the photos that Larissa had of Holmes Street, you can see that you've got these cliffs with actually rock ledges going up. And so even for this dry detention basin and for some of our buildings, there's going to be a large amount of rock excavation, and it gets even worse as you get towards those lower elevations along Cherry and Holmes. So on the perimeter of Cherry, directly behind the building, and then two separate retaining walls along Holmes Street are going to be anywhere from 20 to 30 feet along that whole frontage, set back a fair amount, but really just not in a feasible way to preserve the trees. And along those lines, it really is mostly grasses and kind of rock ledges. So we looked very hard at trying to do that as much as we could, and it just was not a feasible layout.
Question that I asked, but I don't see it. What's the
It'll be right around 342 total dwelling units, and the prices will range. We'll have one bedroom starting as low as about $1,000 a month. About $1,000 a month for starting price on one bedrooms. On average, those will range up to $1,400 one bedrooms, and then a mix of two bedrooms as well. That'll get closer to the $2,000 per month range.
Anything else, commissioners? All right, let's go ahead and close all testimony then and speak amongst ourselves, or there's no discussion, I'll take a motion.
I do have a comment.
Okay.
One of my main concerns here is I don't want to speak out. I feel like we're speaking out of both sides of our mouth. We want to be, we've got a climate change policy. We've talked about tree canopy. And because language hasn't gone through, I think this developer now is not going to probably pay anything for that tree removal. That's a real concern for me, that essentially because of the timing of the development going through, we know the language is, we certainly have approved it. I don't know where the council is on that. I'm just wondering if we do approve it, that whether we can grandfather in the payment that they would have paid if that language had been passed. Because at some point in time, we've got to draw the line on, and it's a fine balance and so forth, but we can't go have a climate change policy and then keep on getting rid of trees because of development. And so with the language potentially passing, I would like, if it does pass now, I would like to have maybe a condition that if it does pass through council, that the developer actually pays for that tree removal, what it would have cost them to pay as a compromise, because I'm really concerned about the amount of trees that we're removing from this development. It's probably the most trees I've seen. I'm not remembering every case, but I would think it's probably up there with regards to most trees that were removed from a development. So that would be a suggestion. I don't know whether the developer would be open to that and whether we can do that legally. But at some point in time, we've got to stop taking that tree canopy down because of development, or at least have the offsets that we can actually find and fund trees somewhere else within the city. So that would be my thought and suggestion for the commission to discuss.
I certainly empathize with the concern. What my understanding of what we recommended actually be the opposite, where any currently in the pipeline would be affected. That the last thing anyone would want to say. So it's like, well, I started this project and I bought the property planning to do this, and I didn't know $1,000 or, whatever it'd end up being. My understanding of what we recommended approve not allow for it. I
understand the provision in the language that we approved, but this is a lot of trees. I mean, I can get there with a development that doesn't have a lot of tree removal or has some tree removal, but this is significant amount of tree canopy that we're.
So, Commissioner Allender, one of the things that I had brought up during the tree ordinance discussion, which I wish I had a better understanding for, and I have a feeling that you might have a better understanding for. So I was talking about, what is the value of a tree here? And with this property, I mean, I like the idea of density that shortens people's transportation time. You're taking shorter trips to what you need. How do you evaluate since you in your professional world are doing, looking at climate change in a professional way, and I'm not, how do you evaluate the proximity of this project to amenities in the sense that might be ride a bike to North Kansas City for most of their amenities, walk or get in a car? Because in theory, I'm excited by that, but I also hear what you're saying about you're taking 16 acres of.
Yeah, I'm not against the development. I'm against basically a developer taking that down so many trees and not having a offset or payment to do it. That's the issue I've got.
Yeah, and that's just not a rule that's in place today. So it's kind of hard to hold them to something that's not a requirement as of today. I totally get what you're saying, but
Yeah, I understand it, but it's a real dilemma for me with regards to.
yeah, it will be
what
a
we've got.
thing down the road as soon as the council passes it and it's enacted. So
And I would also add, not only is it not in effect yet, but it has a delayed effect. I can't, Genevieve might know, is it 30-day delayed?
There've been some revisions to that, so I'm not sure if I can speak to it at this time.
Okay, but it's not, even after it passes, it's not as if it's going to be a current form. There's going to be a delay.
Okay, I was just trying to get something that basically, did the developer, if you like, was very conscious of the amount of trees they're removing and had a penalty to pay. But if we can't do it, we can't do it. But I'm not against the development. I think, it probably goes with the up in Kansas City is as well. So I'm just conscious of, we've got a climate change policy. And to me, it's there's a playoff, and I think the developer isn't really paying for that payoff on with this development because of the timing, and maybe it's just the way it is. And I understand the pipeline, what we do goes, but anyway, that was my only comment.
In the future developments might don't look different. We can at least feel better about the payment.
Right.
Better about mitigation.
I have a question. I haven't heard any discussion on park set-asides. We usually have something that comes back about the green space or payment in lieu of. Was that not included anywhere in the?
I was just looking at it. So condition 36, it looks like $64,000 is the cash in lieu of parkland dedication fee.
yeah, 35.
Oh, I might be looking at.
Yeah, 35, 6, 7, and 8 all talks about the parkland fee and the green space. It's part of that.
I guess my feeling is the Commissioner Ender's point about we need density, we need more urban. Yes, to that. I think the way this is laid out is something that if you saw it on paper, you would think is in a suburban context. You would think it was in an agricultural green site, right? Because of parking is laid out. So I feel like it's kind of in that middle zone where it's not totally urban because it's not truly like meeting that urban context, whether that's structured parking or just more densification to the site. And the consequence of that is the loss of a huge amount of tree canopies. So I guess my feeling on this in terms of drawing a line would be to say, I'd love to see this development plan. I'd love to see the same amount of units on this site. I'd love to see it in more of an urban design that would eliminate some of these issues we have. Maybe not eliminate, because there's still going to be tree canopy lost, that's for sure. But the amount that's proposed here feels not necessary.
How do you all feel about the parking ratio? Because that's also, 1.6. If most of what's lost is because of parking, it's not structured, and they're providing 1.6 per unit covered garages. Is that where you would look to plan?
I mean, North Kansas City is very walkable, multimodal. So I think this is more of a discussion of surrounding neighborhoods, but I don't see a need for that amount of parking. And if you feel like it work on your end for like parking, we've approved parking, down to 0.6, 0.5, I think in one case. So I think that would not be the hang up.
Do your garages accommodate how many cars?
They'd all be one car garages. So there's attached tuck under garages in each of the apartment buildings on the parking lot side. And then we have a few detached garages that are similarly single car garages.
So basically
banks.
the surface parking is for visitors?
No, so we wouldn't have enough garage parking, covered parking for all residents. So it'd be a mixture of surface parking and garage parking. And to clarify, the detached and attached garages, they're in banks of 8 to 16 garages, but each person has their own secured garage.
So overall, I'm supportive of the project. I think that the topography makes it really challenging. As I'm looking at the site map, the way the retaining wall works, as we saw, the unfortunate nature of this is that instead of, as I'm sure the applicant would prefer to preserve trees around the site because of the grading that has to be done, I don't think it's feasible. Try to reduce the lot space. I think, again, based upon the grading that they're having to do for this topography, you just have to clear on a project. So I'm excited about what's the impacts will be, which we'll have to just see of preservation ordinance should it pass. I'm excited to see how it would affect things like this. Overall, though, I'm supportive of the project because I do think that like this in close to the city center, and because of the unique that turnaround, and we're constantly balancing, should the city taxpayers pay for something? What can we have developers pay for? I would be supportive of conditioning the applicant to widen the cul-de-sac to make it wide with, or, to just increasing the radius by 10 feet technically on their property. I think it would be improvement that would showcase, or would start the right relationship with the neighborhood. And I think it would be
Mr. Chair, help me understand. It was mentioned that along the lines, the Corps of Engineers, they mentioned the watershed people have to agree.
Yeah, North Kansas City Levy District. Yeah.
Agree to what?
Well, they're going to need to take a look at the stormwater coming at the site. If it's at zero, is it additional? Is it less? And how's it actually get there? Is it going to have a direct effect on their levy and the operation of their levy as it is today?
So if they request changes, they could come back to some of the things that we're talking about now. It would help the flow that they're looking at.
Yeah, it's possible.
I understand.
They could say that we want to see, I don't know what they would say, that maybe there's too much coming to their levy. So they'd like to see a reduction in some way. And it's just up to the applicant to figure out how they can get a reduction or modify to meet the conditions of which the levy district needs in order for them to operate. They're just another governing entity similar to Land Development Department.
I was just trying to put in perspective, if they would, some of the issues that's on a flow that they say they want.
Yeah. Yeah, they will want it to be what it is today or less.
Okay.
And it sounds like the intent with their development, with the detention on the south side where it's located, they're able to capture the increased impervious area, which has a little bit of a volume change, but also the surrounding area around it to capture in that basin to, and in effect, reduce the net overall.
They'll have to offset the impervious area
Yeah.
that they're operating in that.
Yeah, can it be done differently? I mean, like as Commissioner Allender and Sadowski are talking about, absolutely. that's just something they have to look
Have a
at.
little more power than we do.
Yeah,
engineering.
we're just a recommending body, but
Yes, a lot
The-
more.
So with that better understanding of the other requirements they're looking at beyond us, I'm more comfortable with this plan.
But I would be supportive of Commissioner Ender's comment with regards to the widening the cul-de-sac and making that for the addition.
okay. Any other final comments?
I may not be in the majority on this, but I think from my standpoint, I would recommend denial, though I am more than open to continuing the case if there's opportunity to think about the way this project is laid out and think about tree preservation as being more of a priority if the applicant feels that that doing rest of this commission or where the applicant stands.
I got from the hearing that they've looked at it and this is their optimum layout, is what I've heard from.
I mean, there are many other ways that this project could work. It just is dependent on how they want to pursue it and costs come from.
Okay. Any comments, Commissioner Hill?
Not to add at this moment, it just depends on what the motion is for the commission, but I'm inclined to agree with Sandowski and Baker. I'm not Baker, sorry, Bruce Allender, Commissioner Allender on this one.
Okay. Mr. Rojas?
None right now.
Okay. For
Make
me,
that cul-de-sac a little bit wider, that's okay.
for me, I'm in favor of the project as it's presented. I think they've looked at the opportunity to reduce down the footprint and do what they can. I agree, there's a lot of trees coming down as part of this project, and it would be nice to have some kind of mitigation of sorts, or even an overabundance in the actual landscaping plan to put back more than what's required. But in the overall, I'm supportive of the project. So at this point, I'd like to have a motion so we can move on. We're
Assuming that the applicant's not interested in trying to look at offered as getting more support and real plan.
As far as the layout goes and the overall tree preservation, I mean, we'd certainly be willing to look at adding more trees than maybe is shown now after the fact. But as far as preservation goes and site layout, with at least within the zoning and within the product that we're looking at, we've truly exhausted, I think, all of our options on how to make this fit onto this parcel here. And I truly believe this is the most beneficial way to do that. One thing I would just highlight is you can really see without looking at the grading plan on the two entrances from homes and how long those entrances have to be to get up to the site. And so those alone take out a large portion of this site. Typically on a site that's this large, your entrances can come straight into the parking lot. You have a lot of area where you could set aside and preserve some of those existing trees or consolidate your units and buildings. But with the way the topography and gaining access, really the access is the big component of it. You have large retaining walls on either side of those entrances, sloping at about the maximum slope allowed to get to the parking lot. There's very minimal room to make adjustments and to increase that preservation.
Thanks. Here, Kyle, I move to approve docket items 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.2 and 1.2 are without conditions, 1.3 with conditions, adding the two conditions that staff had in their plan, or I mean, in their presentation, and then adding an additional condition requiring the applicant to widen the cul-de-sac of North Kenwood to 50 feet or whatever the widest is that is feasible if less than 50 feet.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 with the addition of the two conditions stated in the staff report to 1.3, as well as adding another condition for widening of the cul-de-sac to the north to 50-foot diameter or radius diameter. Okay, with that, Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
No.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes then 6-1. Appreciate you bringing it in, and we certainly thank all the neighbors for coming in and all of your testimony and discussion on the project as well. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, with that, I guess we're ready to move to docket item 2. Just note, I gotta get up and walk around. for
We take like a
little bit, just-
15-minute, 20-minute break.
What's that?
We take like a 15, 20-minute break.
Yeah, we can, if you'd like, let's take a 15-minute break. So right now it is 10:45 more or less. We'll be back at 11 o'clock. Do we?
11
the- Do we have so are we going to extend past the 1 o'clock deadline or no?
We might. I told Lisa about potentially having lunch ready. I think we might.
So we're thinking that we need to announce then that we will have a lunch break in here somewhere
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
okay. Too bad for 3 cases. Okay. Rojas, are you two still available? We had a little delay here while the fire alarm went off for a while.
Don't see Hill.
There's Commissioner Rojas. Commissioner Hill still with us or no?
Commissioner Hill had to leave.
I'm still with you. What
Okay.
happened? The alarm went off.
Yep, we had the fire alarm go off for a little bit and Commissioner Beasley was figuring out how she could carry me down the steps, but
That's right. You can use the elevators, can you?
that's right.
Well, it's only 26 floors.
Only.
So
Yeah,
is
right.
everybody present from our end, from the staff end, back to the meeting here?
Yes.
And then, so we have, let's see, 6 commissioners now, which is good. One, Commissioner Rojas is still online. Is the applicant available? Obviously for, number 2, just want to make sure everybody's still here. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome to come up and sit up if you like. We're just going to open a case and let the staff do their report. So, and then we'll go from there if that's okay. So if we're ready to reconvene, I guess go ahead and start the meeting again. So. I don't think, is it recording yet?
Nope.
There we go. Okay. Thank you. So thank you everybody for a little bit of a break that we just had. And we had a surprise kind of item happen that also extended our break. So I think everybody's okay. City Hall's fine. So we're good to go here to reconvene our meeting here with City Planning Commission. So one more thing to note, because of our time, I believe our meeting is going to extend beyond 1 o'clock. Because of that, we have to take a half-hour lunch in here, and that will start as soon as this docket item number 2 has concluded. So we're guesstimating that this could be roughly 45 minutes to an hour on this case, and so we then start the clock on the 30-minute lunch after that. So just want to let everybody know. So if you don't mind, go ahead and open up docket item number 2, please.
Docket item number 2 is case CD CPC 2022-00222. This is a request to approve a major amendment to the approved MPD master plan development to allow for the construction of 100 residential units on about 2.5 acres, generally located at Warwick Boulevard and East 38th Street. Andrew Clark is the staff planner.
Good late morning, Chairman Crowell and fellow commissioners. Before you today will be docket item number 2. This is a major amendment to an approved master plan development, and it's located in Midtown at 300 East 39th Street, formerly Westport Middle School. As you can see here, the site is located in Midtown, in between Warwick Boulevard and Gillum Road, which is a parkway. The site is outlined here in yellow, and it is roughly 2.5 acres. Here's a view looking south from East 38th Street, just to get you familiar with the site. And you can see the existing Cultivate KC farm and the existing vehicular use area. Here's a view looking east from Warwick Boulevard. You can see the top of the retaining wall and how the topography really drops from Warwick down to the site itself. Here's a view if you were traveling southbound on Gillum, where it curves to follow the topography. This is how the retaining wall wraps around to the eastern perimeter of the site. Again, I wanted to show the change in grade. In this shot, looking northwest from Gillum Road is important because it shows the elevation change and how the natural topography screens that part of the site from a pedestrian or vehicular viewpoint. The plan you're seeing here today is proposing to construct 2 residential buildings that would each be 38 feet in height for 101 total residential units. and 103 parking stalls. The existing parking today is roughly 96 stalls, and I believe the applicant would add 7 additional stalls. The applicant has worked with Parks and Planning on establishing which deviations are required to our boulevard and parkway standards. When this plan was approved in 2015, it was prior to the boulevard and parkway standards. It does make the site a little challenging, being bounded by a boulevard on one side and a parkway on another. This is primarily related to the required setbacks. And when you're next to a parkway or next to a boulevard, there's a certain threshold of how close your building needs to be to the public right of way. So the applicant will need to seek deviations from council related to the setbacks. Here is a view of the overall layout and amenities the applicant is proposing. There'll be an internal courtyard. There'll be a co-working coffee space, lounge, fitness center, and leasing office. I have quite a few elevations to share with you. This is that same angle I showed earlier. If you were heading south on Gillum, looking to the southwest. Here are a few more elevations of the proposed structure. This is what it would look like if you were traveling northbound on Warwick Boulevard. And here are some courtyard perspectives of the proposed project. And then these are the elevations. This case was continued from a previous docket, so the applicant could continue to work with our long-range planning staff related to materiality choices and the surrounding neighborhood. The applicant has toned down the originally proposed colors of this project and is proposing primary materials of a thin brick and hardy board siding.
Mr. Clerk, just curious, you said it was continued from a different case. Was it brought before the Planning Commission before and continued here?
We never heard it. It was continued to allow the applicant more time to work
Okay,
with the stakeholders.
Just making sure if we had to have a quorum or not.
No quorum.
Thank you.
Also, here is the landscape plan and stormwater plan that staff asked the applicant to provide. This is in a combined sewer overflow area. The existing parking area that was constructed years ago already has a bioretention system constructed within it. But we did ask the applicant to make sure that the 2 new structures are able to contain the amount of runoff they will be adding to the site. And the landscape plan right now does comply with code. This is a reminder, this is a preliminary development plan. So the City Planning Commission will hear an MPD final plan. It will be a consent item, but that would allow for more details to develop either related to materiality, scaling, massing, landscaping. And the reason why you're hearing this case today, there are the major changes to an approved development plan for this MPD zoning. The plan, like I said, was previously approved in 2015. I highlighted the factors as to why this triggers a major change. Therefore, it's called a rezoning according to the way our code and application type is written. It is also referred to as a major amendment. They are increasing the proposed gross residential density on the site. They are increasing more than 5% of the total ground area covered by buildings. And overall, it represents a material change to what was previously approved in 2015. Staff does recommend approval with conditions. and also recommends the approval of the proposed deviations to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners to city staff? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then.
I do have one question about the materials. Was there, just if you could talk a little bit about that and maybe what changed in that? Was there a requirement for brick?
There are no design guidelines. There are recommendations in the area plan. Also, this site is kind of similar to the cathedral, where the developer does not want to try to mimic Westport Middle, because our current materials we have today, it would look offsetting. So it's trying to find that balance of modern with respect to the historical context of Hyde Park and the Boulevard and Parkway system. And I will let them discuss that more.
I correct, you have our.
Yes, I'm pulling up your presentation, but you can introduce yourselves. Sure.
I am Chip Walsh. I'm with HP Development Partners. We are the applicant and property owner. I'm the managing member for the organization. With me is.
I'm Will Dubois. I'm with Davidson Architecture and Engineering, and we're at 4301 Indian Creek Parkway, Overland Park. Although I am a Waldo resident, so not a direct neighbor, but not too far. Maybe one day a short streetcar right away.
So again, as Andy said, this is a proposed amendment. There are probably some questions being asked as to provide larger context as to why now, why the proposed shift to housing, what will happen with the current tenant. Those are items that I will discuss today with the commission, and then we'll get into the project details and the design elements, which we'll walk through.
Mr. Walsh, do you mind speaking more into the microphone, please? Kind of hard to hear.
Is
Thank
this
you.
better?
Yeah.
All right. So first question is why now? So the aerial map that you see shows the central location of these properties. When our development group first looked at these properties back in 2012, we were attracted to their scale and to the centralized location, both north and south, as well as east and west. A lot has changed over the time. We've had the streetcar expansion underway. We've seen that there's been, excuse me, folks, there's been consistent efforts to add density to the Midtown area, particularly new housing. Our own lived experience of these properties has shifted from more of an incremental approach to a holistic one, which has been recently announced under the banner of Park 39. When we originally were here back in 2015 and even prior, we were focusing around the idea of Westport Commons for both the Westport Junior High and Westport Senior High. Park 39, which has been introduced as sort of the largest and most recent Midtown development, is a 16-acre campus that's centered around the Westport Middle School seen here in the forefront and the Westport Senior High seen a little bit further to the right. Again, 16 acres and includes the ancillary parking lot, which is right here. It also includes what was a former convenience store and some vacant ground here, as well as the junior high and the ground to the north, which was always part of the junior high when we acquired it. Our initial phase was the Plexpod Westport at Park 39. Construction began there in 2015, placed in service in 2017. Today, it sits at 160,000 gross square foot flex office space. And at the time it opened, it was one of the 3 largest co-working facilities worldwide. The investment there was $30 million. This here provides a little bit of a sense of what we were able to do with the renovations of that project. Currently under construction, the residences at Park 39, which is the Westport Senior High. Construction began there at the end of Q1 of 2022. We expect to deliver and place in service at the end of this year. And at completion, there'll be 138 units along with 20,000 square feet of commercial space. $52 million investment with this development. Here shows some renderings of what we expect the units to look like at completion. Better angle showing what the auditorium will become at this location. So why the shift to housing? So as we look back at the original MPD plan from 2015, we have started realizing that we want to look at this campus more holistically as opposed to incrementally. As we look at what's going on in the area, we think one way to strengthen that is to add additional residential units at the north end of the junior high. We realize that this is a shift from what the original programming was. It is currently an urban farm that is leased to Cultivate Kansas City by our organization. But we think it's also fair to note that at the time that the 2015 MPD was being approved, it did allow for 100 units of residential apartments within the school was sort of the target then. We realize this is now a shift to put that out on the grounds. But the idea of adding this density, we don't think is that big of a jump and is a reasonable adjustment. Our rationale for doing that is as we look at with streetcar coming online, as we look at planning for the campus overall. But another consideration for us is as we look at ways that we can better support the economic activities with the junior high. As I said, it is currently a flex office space. As with many commercial spaces, these activities were hit hard by the pandemic. And while they have bounced back somewhat in recent years, it has not been quite as to expectations. And we believe that the additional residences will create added vibrancy and interaction and use of the commercial activities that have already been invested. I think it's also worth sharing that none of these projects, with the exception of the high school, which is shown here, received any type of public incentive. And the only incentive that the high school project received was that we were eligible to apply for and did receive sales tax exemption on construction materials. This here shows the site in yellow. Again, as was alluded to in Andy, we are proposing 2 structures that will go on the existing space. We are working to preserve the existing parking and the existing bioswale, which is being used for stormwater retention. We did look, and we've had some ask whether we should go higher. We don't think increased density makes sense. Again, the original discussions going all the way back to 2015 was for 100 units, and that's where we landed. And we do think that this is something that will benefit the larger community. We realize for those that are fans of the current urban agricultural use, that there'll be disappointment that it will move. We also know that that was a part of our plan when we came here back in 2015. But we are reminded of some words that are posted in Westport High that talks about a quote from Albert Einstein. The world we have created is a product of our thinking. It cannot change without changing our thinking. We have always taken this thought to heart, for we don't believe the development happens in a vacuum or statically. We think it's a live-learn experience. And we are here asking for this amendment based on how we see circumstances today. That said, we realize there are probably questions about what will happen to the current tenant, which is Cultivate Kansas City. Cultivate has a lease that was entered into with our organization in 2017. That lease always allowed us a right to relocate, and we are exercising that right. That starts a separate conversation with them to find a new home, and we are obligated under the lease to pay for the cost of moving, and we will honor that. We are currently in discussions with possible locations and discussing with the property owners of those locations to find something that is suitable for them. There is one that is within a quarter mile of their current location, and we're very hopeful that will come to fruition. But those discussions are not yet to a point where we can talk about them more openly, but we look forward to being able to do that. With that, I will turn it over to Will to discuss project details.
Thank you.
It can be your scroll.
Okay, scroll the first one, please. So I just want to talk briefly about some of the design choices we made. As was alluded to, it's kind of a conversation with the neighborhood architecturally, and that, you know, the Casey Mo area plan and others don't want you to directly copy or mimic historical features, but you do need to allude to them or kind of complement them. So this has changed quite a bit. We went into our neighborhood meeting with orange and blue as a main color and quite different massing of the materials. The brick was a gray. So if you don't mind scrolling the next one. Sure. So since then, we've changed the brick to more closely match adjacent and nearby structures, more of a warm brick color. And also we are including lap siding. That's very common in a lot of the residences in the area. And we're using a cooler color for the lap siding with the warm color for the brick. Next one. And how we do those materials on the facade also speaks to the historic area with a masonry base. You have a stringer along that. And then you have the middle section where there's a lot of the articulation and design elements of the facade, where a lot of the programming happens, any projections, that kind of thing. And then it's capped off with a top piece that ties it all together. And when your eye follows it up, it kind of provides a visual end piece to it. Then within those horizontal elements, there's also a vertical element where it's broken up. So it's not just one large volume. It's done in a way that balances it and provides visual interest so that you don't just have one large volume, although it doesn't have to be super dramatic. But we also kind of break it up into a regular pattern. More specifically, looking at the junior high for inspiration, it has several repeating elements where it has the windows and the brick below slightly pushed back. So it almost creates a calm effect with repetition. And we look to that on this building to do something similar, but also do it in a different way where we use different colors of the materials to emphasize that. So we're speaking to the junior high, but not copying how it's done directly. And there's some other details such as those horizontal stringers, jambs and lintels that you can kind of see throughout that speak to other historical structures in the area without directly copying them. And then I will also point out, again, this is our a major amendment. We still have the final and then, permanent documents. So it's not fully detailed out, but we want to include those elements that are important to speak to the historicity of the area without directly copying it. And that is just a general background of how we've arrived at this design, the important elements of it. And if you have any questions about that or the site or anything else, happy to answer those.
Maybe a final comment before we move to questions is that, as has been said, this is a preliminary plan. We will continue to have outreach with the neighborhood. We will continue to work with them over the course of this. We welcome their input. We know there have been some letters that have been received that have raised some questions. We're trying to work through them where we can reasonably. We're also pleased that Councilwoman Shields issued a letter of support yesterday. I do believe that came in to staff. Don't know if that's made it up to your all's attention yet. And with that, we'd happily take questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission?
When do you think you'll have the Cultivate KC?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The Cultivate KC, when do you think you'll have that? I know you can't talk about the details, but what's the time frame?
So our commitment to them is that they will stay on the grounds through the end of this year. We are hopeful here over the next few months to decide on a set location and then work with them on a transition. Under the lease, once we have agreed to the relocation site, they must be provided at least 6 months to transition unless they were to agree to a different time. That's shorter. So.
And you're paying all costs to do that?
Yes.
Okay, any other questions?
Mix of the apartments, 1 and 2 bedrooms or studio?
They are a mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms and studios. There'll be 100 total. Rents will start at around 1,100 and some will go as high as 2,000.
I have a question about the Westport High. I realize that's not part of the project, but just thinking of it as a total ecosystem, you said it was 20,000 square development.
Yes.
Can you talk about like what you envision for that space?
Sure. So Westport High, as Westport Junior, have what we call annex structures that were put together in the 90s when a lot of the land assembly was done here for both sites. With the high, the annex is 20,000 square feet. So each floor is about 10,000 square feet. A perfect world for us would be early childhood development and some type of eatery activity. And we are in discussions, but as is often the case, commercial leasing tends to lag residential leasing when you're in construction. So.
On that note, Westport High at some point might be residential as Westport Commons.
No, we do not anticipate that. So.
Anybody else in here? Commissioner Rojas, any questions? I think I read your lips. You're good.
Okay, thank you. You're pretty sharp.
Okay. Since there are no questions, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony then. If anybody would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please come forward. We'll call on those that are in the chambers first, followed by those that are joining us virtually. And just don't forget about the timer that we have, as well as trying to be cognizant about being repetitive. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, almost afternoon. My name is Ame Freeberg. My address is 2914 Campbell Street, Kansas City, Missouri, and I'm here today on behalf of Cultivate Kansas City. As you know, Cultivate KC currently operates Westport Commons Farm on the land that is in question today. The Westport Commons Farm was an integral part of the vision that the community supported when the school district awarded the sale of the Westport Middle School to the Sustainable Development Partners. We were recruited by the property owners for this project and were excited to be part of their proposed community hub focused on building a more resilient, inclusive, vibrant, and sustainable Midtown neighborhood. We left our headquarters at the Gibbs Road Farm in Kansas City, Kansas, with the agreement of a 25-year lease to build a farm in the heart of Midtown Kansas City, Missouri. In the spring of 2018, Cultivate KC began working hard to improve the soil in the field at Westport Middle School and transform it into the productive urban farm you see today. Today, we continue to grow into a food and farming education hub, as well as a resource center for community growers. It's a space where farmers, gardeners, students, businesses, and volunteers from all around the city connect with their food and with each other. The 1.25 acre farm has welcomed thousands of people for tours and volunteer opportunities. Visitors learn the importance of soil health, eating locally, and advocating for a local food system in their communities. They learn to become growers themselves. In 2022, Cultivate KC completed a capital campaign to build an outdoor learning classroom, a neighborhood composting area, a community greenhouse, an urban agriculture tool library, and a walk-in cooler on the farm. We plan to break ground last fall to complete the original design and vision of this farm and fulfill our commitments to the surrounding neighbors, the urban agriculture community, our organization's supporters, and the agreements in our original lease agreement. Westport Commons Farm is one example of how growing food in an urban space is an important land use that we believe can and should coexist with increasing residential and commercial density in Midtown. Urban agriculture creates greater access to fresh food, which contributes to the overall health and well-being of our community. Urban agriculture fosters community connections and a sense of place, which are increasingly important as more residents come into the area. It creates opportunities for people to learn about where their food comes from and how it is grown. And urban agriculture is a tool to mitigate the impacts of climate change and build more resilient communities. We recently, as a city, passed the KC Climate Protection and Resilience Plan. And that plan identifies growing and sharing local and nutritious food as one of the 6 priorities to address the climate crisis. The KC Regional Climate Action Plan also calls for increased local and sustainable food production and investment in local food systems. The draft of the city's new comprehensive plan includes goals to support healthy environmental systems and protect and expand open spaces. This case presents an opportunity for the City Plan Commission to align your work with these important plans in our region by voting to support this valuable farm and urban agriculture resource in our city. Westport Commons Farm is important to the hundreds of students who can walk for a field trip from their schools nearby and learn about how food is grown. It is an asset to the neighbors who have access to fresh food grown on site through the farm stand or volunteer opportunities. The soil that has been stewarded over the last 5 years is a valuable resource to the city's climate resilience. While the infrastructure of this farm can, with some effort, be relocated to another parcel, The relationships we have built in this community cannot be picked up and moved. The soil fertility cannot simply be relocated to a new spot. The commitments that were made to the neighbors are harder to relocate than the high tunnel. Cultivate KC's first priority would be to stay on the current farm site, and we ask for the City Plan Commission to reject the major plan amendment to the approved MPD. I'm standing here today representing Cultivate KC and invite all my colleagues who are here and who are on Zoom to stand up in support and solidarity with this farm and for the value of urban agriculture in Kansas City. If folks who are online can raise their hands in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Got a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. So first, are you one of the founders, owners of Cultivate KC?
I'm the Assistant Director of Cultivate Kansas City.
Assistant
Our
Director.
Executive Director is in Washington, DC today. Couldn't be
Okay.
here.
And part of your lease, you understand it was a 25-year?
25.
And you knew about this relocation if
Yes.
as part of
Yes.
that?
And we're working with the development team
Okay.
on the relocation.
I just wondered, like, depending on that timing, are you anticipating your harvest season being disrupted next year because of?
I think there's too much up in the air at this point to comment.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Do you partner with community gardens at all?
We do. Yes, and they wrote us a letter of support to the City Plan Commission.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Granda. My wife Roseanne and I live at 3740 Gillum Road, which is right at the corner of 38th and Gillum. The house was built in 1907. It's a 3-story brick revival. I'm also here speaking on behalf of Nick and Shelby Lure, who live at 3734 Gillum Road. It's a craftsman style limestone house built about the same era. They couldn't be here because of work obligations. We jointly submitted written testimony, which we draw your attention to. Given the limited time, I wanted to focus just on 2 issues. The setback deviations that are being sought. I point you to paragraphs 8 and 9 of the developer's submission dated February 20th. We believe would expand the visual presence in a detrimental way to the historic and architectural design of the neighborhood. Their own submission acknowledges that if they had to abide by setbacks, they would have to eliminate one of the buildings. We don't think that's necessarily appropriate. They could use some of the parking space they have and work around that with a different layout on the site. If you look at the drawings that were submitted, it's a very imposing structure. It almost hangs over the retaining wall. So we think the visual impact of a pretty modern looking building is out of character with the historic nature of the rest of the neighborhood. The other part, we do commend the developer. They have been cooperative in trying to respond to our impact by toning down the color schemes and making some better use of the materials. However, we think the flat roofs, not natural materials utilized just on the waste, but could be more, would make it more compatible with the historic nature of the neighborhood. And I think if you look at paragraphs 11 and 18 of the submission, it notes per 88-323-03B8, the architectural design and materials of multi-unit structures not only should be of high quality, but it should also reflect the character of the neighborhood as existing. And we think while there may be some minor exceptions of apartments in the neighborhood that they use the word speak to what they're doing, we think more use could be made of slanted roofs or natural materials. And we would invite some period of time to have further dialogue with the neighborhood to see if we could find more common ground. But we do appreciate the effort that they've been made so far.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Taylor Ford, and I'm a resident of District 4 and a member of the urban agriculture community here. Frankly, this rezoning effort is just wrong to me. As the commons continue to be erased in our modern society, as people struggle to find third places outside of work, school, or church, and as rent continues to rise in our shrinkingly affordable city, we need to stand strong as a community and protect the ecological, health, and social investment that is Westport Common Farms. When this developer first bid for the former school, they promised to give back to the community, touting renting to Cultivate KC and other nonprofits as proof of their commitment. But when push came to shove, I think it was all about turning a dime on rental properties, so shame on y'all. It's high time food and farms were prioritized in Kansas City's zoning process, not forgotten. If we continue to allow profiteers to drop the community 5 years into a 25-year lease that they wrote, what else will they drop? The effort to rezone this lot will destroy one of Kansas City's finest green spaces, reduce our capacity for literal common ground, and further wedge out affordability in our Midtown neighborhoods. Not to mention, didn't our own very council just pass an impressive, equitable, and ambitious plan to keep Kansas City resilient and protected in an unclear future of climate change? Wouldn't preserving these parcels of land for farming be exactly in line with the climate protection and resiliency plan? I think the answer is obvious. Protect a community farm with nearly 2 decades of growth in the Kansas City area. Don't let this developer back out of a 25-year promise to the community that they bought into. Don't let this land be rezoned for more overpriced units. Kansas City has enough of those already. The thing we need more of is beautiful shared places like Westport Common Farms. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Wynn. I live at 3315 Harrison. I am a resident of North Hyde Park, which is less than a mile from the parcel of land being addressed. It's interesting to me that Mr. Walsh quoted Albert Einstein. The rest of that quote says, "No problem can be solved from the same consciousness that created it." What we are actively working with right now is a climate crisis. What the farm does is an actual solution and addresses all of the issues that we are fighting and combating that contribute to the climate crisis. What this amendment does is reverses all of the work that the farm has done to sequester carbon, retain water, build soil, feed our community, literally give back to our community, and says, let's build an apartment complex with a tiny ass courtyard that doesn't serve anybody except the residents in it, no longer inclusive. It's a place that my kids would enjoy frolicking through the fields, walking through, picking fruit, gleaning from crops at the end of harvest season, to now seeing a giant concrete monstrosity that contributes to the heat island effect, which we know contributes to public health diminishments, and truly is only a contributor to climate problems. So to me, amending this when they've already got so many other apartment complexes in progress. And I don't think Midtown and my neighborhood specifically needs any more density, as in my backyard, there's 3 apartment complexes going up in the crosswalks area. There's apartments going up throughout Armour because of the streetcar development, and any contribution to mitigating private transportation by contributing to public transportation is lost when we don't prioritize the value of green space as we continue to concrete and pave over all of it, the stuff that makes Kansas City beautiful. So this takes away from a public space that is actively engaged and maintained to address climate to become a private resource that serves a few people and truly only economically benefits the land developers. Who have shown that they can't even retain tenants. They have had empty spots through their tenure there. They haven't been able to keep a business in the restaurant space continuously. And a lot of the facilities in the current building are rarely up to code, often making it not ADA accessible and barely habitable for some of the tenants inside the office space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Johnson. I live at 3423 Baltimore, and I've lived in the Hyde Park neighborhood for about 18 years. I understand that developers and investors often change course to deal with realities, financial or otherwise. I also understand that this property is privately owned and the owners are not obligated to do something that's not in their self-interest. And I also, as a Midtown resident, do support infill housing, especially affordable housing, but understand that density is part of building a more resilient community. However, I think it is important from my perspective to remember the history and context for the request to rezone this site. Before the Sustainable Partners acquired the property, it was a public school. paid for by our tax dollars and invested in over the years by the people who live in the neighborhood. When the school district sold it to the Sustainable Development Partners, they did so only because they had the support of the community. When I attended those meetings in 2013, I was blown away by their proposal. I sat through numerous meetings alongside many neighbors to learn about the different proposals, and increasingly it seemed the support of the neighborhoods was for the Sustainable Development Partners plan to create a community hub that would be a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable Midtown hub. They worked closely with us to offer listening sessions and brainstorming sessions for what the space could be. One of the most exciting elements was the working farm operated by Cultivate. Since then, I've watched Cultivate build upon this vision and honor the integrity of their commitments to the community. Cultivate continued to uphold their commitment even when the district inexplicably tried to split the two campuses and award each one to different developers, fully aware that the vision of the Sustainable Partners relied on both campuses. Cultivate continued to uphold their commitment even when the partners chose to take back some of the land promised for the farm in order to add more surface parking. Cultivate continued to uphold their commitment even after PlexPod came in and significantly increased the rent to all tenants, pricing out many of the nonprofits originally committed to the vision. Cultivate continued to uphold their commitment even as many pieces of the vision fell apart. That's why the community was in such strong support of the original vision. And that's why I think it's important to have this context and history as you're weighing the decision. It's about the school district selling the property to the developer based on promises made to the community and whether you all will now support those promises being broken. Thank you so much for your time. And I just encourage you to join the community and the neighborhood around it to hold this plan accountable for their promises to Cultivate as well as to the rest of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, I don't see anybody in the chambers here. So is there anybody online that would like to speak?
Yep, there were several people online, several people who raised their hands. One of them who is connected with us, Ashley from Giving Grove. You have been promoted and you can turn on your camera and microphone to provide public testimony.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Williamson. I am the co-CEO at Giving Grove, and I am representing our staff today. Thank you, City Planning Commission, for the opportunity to speak today. The Giving Grove offices out of the PlexPod at 300 East 39th, and we've watched Cultivate do so much work there. They've invested so much time and resources into the soil regeneration, and this will result in a total loss of the work they have done. Not only to the soil, but to the urban farmland used by Cultivate's partners like Roots for Refugees and other groups. I walk there every day. I see people walking the grounds and taking in the green space, having lunch there. I've seen hundreds of volunteers and farmers learning in this space. As we know, green space is vital to our mental health, as hundreds of studies have pointed to. And there's been a great loss of green space in this area. Just right across the street, my nephews live in a house on McGee between 39th and 40th, and development already removed trees and a highly trafficked track that they learned to ride their bikes on in a grassy area in that area. And I think ultimately we need to do a better job of protecting urban agriculture. And I call on this commission to make the right choice today. And as Mary mentioned, we can pick quotes from great minds, but Albert Einstein also said, "It is humankind's duty to respect all life. Not only animals have feelings, but also trees and plants." So I want to say that the Giving Grove opposes this development, and that green space and urban farm is one of the reasons that we love our space and our workspace so much at the PlexPod. Thank you.
Thank you.
No one else appears online.
Okay, just making sure. That's why I'm taking my time. Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Give an opportunity here for the applicant to discuss some of the items that were brought up in the testimony that the public provided, and going to go from there.
Sure. And happy to take any other questions. So first, with Mr. Granda, we have met with him and his wife and their two neighbors. I believe we've taken some steps to address some of the concerns that they've provided with respect to the issues they have with the construction. We remain committed to continuing a dialogue going forward. We do believe that the conditions that are being requested are appropriate, that those conditions are consistent with the Midtown plan. And with respect to that, we think we are working with them. We may not be able to meet each and every item that they would like, but there's always a balancing act when you are looking at stakeholders. Will, anything else on that you would like to add on the technical side?
Yeah, certainly. Just speaking back really briefly to the site restrictions, with 38th, the fall going from west to east, there's a point of access that's existing on that west side, and then the existing parking, which makes it really kind of hemmed in where you can build a building unless you're going to tear out all the parking and then put a building right up against the retaining wall. So there's some site restrictions that have really kind of dictated how the site is laid out, the placement of the buildings, their size, the size of that courtyard. That's really what's been dictating that, is just the site constraints. And I can speak to any of those aspects in more detail if anyone has any questions.
Okay.
With respect to cultivate in the lease, it's clear that for those that support the farm and utilize the farm, they're very passionate about the farm. They see it as a community asset. So do we. However, that doesn't change the fact that it is a private lease on private land. And from the beginning of our discussions with them, there was a question about duration of lease. They certainly wanted a long-term lease, but we indicated early on that development has risk, has uncertainty, and there may come a time where we would need to go a different direction. From those discussions came a provision that was agreed to by all. And they did review and they did edit and they did make changes to the lease. So whether it started as a form that we provided, it was something that was jointly done. But at the end of the day, it did contain a relocation right. Respectfully, the lease is not before the City Plan Commission. We have an obligation under the lease and we fully intend to comply. We first advised Cultivate that we were moving potentially in this direction in 2021. We then sat down and started having conversations in early fall of 2022. We know it's disruptive. It is unfortunate, but because we knew about a right to relocation, prior leadership of Cultivate asked for certain considerations from us that went into the lease that puts a financial obligation on HP Development Partners to pay for various costs to relocate. We will honor those commitments. We are hopeful to find a new location in close proximity. But that is a separate path, respectfully, all passion aside, from the question that is before this commission. We are asking for this commission to approve an amendment to an MPD that, if you go back to 2015, contemplated 100 units of housing. Respectfully, it was inside the school. We're now asking to put that on the grounds. Those grounds were assembled by the school district in the 90s. Prior to their assembly, they were single-family homes. Go back to when that school was first constructed in 1923. McGee Street still ran right across it. There's some beautiful pictures that were shown to us from the original construction company that you could see the houses right across the street. We believe it's appropriate to come in here now based on the conditions that we face and do apartments here. We think it supports city initiatives to see additional densification, additional residential options, and we are respectfully requesting approval. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any last questions from the commission?
Can you talk about the 2019 property restriction, property use restriction?
I believe it was earlier than 2019, but the property use restriction. So as I understand the school district's perspective, when they went through the repurposing initiative in the mid to late 2000s, after they went through a right sizing in which they closed approximately 40 schools because their utilization rate at that time was about 50%. And by shuttering these schools, it improved it for management. They put approximately 30 of them out for repurposing and for disposition in accordance with state statute. The history, as I understood it, was that they had sold some schools previously and that the end users just sat on them and never did any sort of development. And so a property use agreement or restriction was a mechanism that the school district requested of buyers. And our organization has acquired 3 schools. And I am now separately working on a 4th school redevelopment over on the east side, all of which compel that certain development activities happen within a date certain, which they did, and that when either TCO or final CO is obtained, that the property use restriction would be dismissed, is what happened here.
Just because
It attained CO. So, as I understand it, the property use restriction was to obligate us to build it. The one thing that they wanted to have a long-term restriction on, and which they put in the deed, was a prohibition against seeking property tax without their consent.
So I appreciate that insight because that's not the way I read it. But so you're saying that it was purely to make sure that the property was used.
Yes. We even have a reliance letter from the school board chair that was used as a condition of our financing that talks about this.
Just curious if at any point in this conversation, there was a discussion, a design discussion around the location of the buildings and if there was opportunity site in some fashion, maybe not as much acreage. Just wondering if that was part of the conversation.
So the short answer is no, but there's some reasons why. At 1.25 acres, that is sort of a minimum amount as we understand what they would need for their activities. And they truly are better positioned than I would be to talk about that. So it's been our assumption that there comes a point where there's a diminishing opportunity. As far as how we look to lay out the parcel, we were guided in part by the fact that there was already existing parking and we didn't want to disturb that. We had a pilot bioswale system that had been approved by the water service for stormwater detention, and we wanted to preserve that. To the east, when you look at an aerial, it looks like there's additional green space, but truthfully, when you get at the walkway of what would be Old McGee Street, you're now on parkland. So it's a tight site that's constrained. You also have a change in elevation. And as we were talking with our design team about where would be appropriate for a curb cut, we did say, could we maybe move the curb cut down so we can then change some of the orientation? But that had a cascade effect of other implications that we found non-desirable, both from a development and building, but also for what we would think would be a final product. So there were several things that went into this. So.
And I guess my other question, because you do have, is it a 2-story parking garage currently?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are right now with the additional parking, 103 stalls for 100 units. We believe, just given what our sense of what is actually needed for parking, that is more than sufficient. But there is the parking structure that is directly south a few feet. It has 200 stalls. And if there becomes a need where we are seeing residents that are parking on the street, we are sensitive to that for the neighborhood. That's something we've always heard from the very first days of starting any of our development activities, is not to push parking onto the streets. We'll make that available. We're not certain that's going to come to fruition. Again, streetcar, again, more mobile, more walkability. We think these are things that we will actually have hopefully too much parking. But if on the off chance that we don't, we do have the ability to provide additional parking and we will do so for the residents.
That was my first thought, is with the streetcar, with the parking garage there, is there opportunity to think about the buildings being closer to that garage and you utilize that as opposed?
So it is a possibility, but as someone made comment to, it is not. Commercial activities have not been anywhere near as robust as we were anticipating or hoping or believe they will eventually get to with the co-working facility. But it does have what is called the Medallion Theater, which can seat up to 700. And within its first years, it hosted corporate retreats, state of the city, all sorts of events. There will be some peak times where we think having the capacity of that for large scale events is beneficial. We don't think that impedes the ability to do shared parking, much as you will see some of the large towers downtown that have been converted from commercial to residential or even a mix like 909 Walnut. Your users tend to come at different parts of the day. Again, we think there's adequate parking. So, but we believe that it is better to orient the new structure on the existing site and maintain the parking that's there than to encroach into it. So.
The other question I have is the materials of the building. So you're between a parkway and a boulevard, which to me buys high quality materials. You have Main Street. We've had a lot of projects in front of us that had significantly more brick, significantly more push from the staff to move into higher quality material. To me, this seems, I'm just curious, and maybe this is also a question of staff, like, I would like to see more brick on this. And just to give some foundation to this conversation, I do not care if the project is in line with the historic building next to it. I think it actually is better for it to be distinct, but at the same time, I think it needs to have higher quality material.
I'll just quickly say some of the cases where you've really seen staff pushing for the high quality materials, you're the last stop. This is a preliminary development plan, so they're required to still work with the stakeholders that live nearby and Parks Department. And then you'll have final approval for the MPD final plan before they can receive any building permit. So that's why in the staff report, I did not go into great detail, as I think this is still sort of in the schematic phase.
Okay, I just
And I will
wanted to
let
clarify
them-
that because I do think that could be a longer discussion.
I agree. And we actually, you might notice in the images I shared on that north side, we've actually added brick on that corner to the second story, which that was a change we made actually after most recent resubmission, after hearing more feedback from people. So that is an ongoing conversation. And then, for example, in the final, you'll see that there might be some other changes, but that's an ongoing conversation. And even since the last resubmission, we've added a bit more brick in.
And we'll continue to have those discussions. You know, being able to get the preliminary approval today sort of then allows us to take our next step from development and with cost estimation and financing. But as Andy said, we still come back and you'll still have another opportunity to comment on the final selection.
Any other comments from the commissioners?
So I appreciate hearing Walsh talk about the previous leadership cultivate case. I was wondering what that might have been. Dealing with new staff now, but previous staff is what worked out the lease agreement. I heard that correctly.
That is my understanding. I don't know the full board composition, but I do know it's a new executive director and she was not part. And it's safe to say that everyone that I dealt with when the lease was being put together, I do not believe are any longer involved with Cultivate.
And understanding how transactions can change by being more public about them. You mentioned that the search for a new location was within a reasonable area.
Yes, there were actually some predetermined locations in the lease as targets. They were much further than a quarter mile. We started with some of those, and as you heard from their testimony, because of the way some of their relationships are, that will be a bit of a stretch, not for all, but for certainly for some. That dialogue then led us to discussions of some other locations, some that they found, one that we came across, which we think is very promising, and they seem to think has viability too. This location is a quarter mile or less away.
So the other thing I wanted to direct to Cultivate Kansas City, I'm visual. So if you had brought some visual renderings of the things done on that property to help me see what work you put in, that would have been helpful. But at the same time, as it's been stated, the lease is not our direct concern today. But to help strengthen your case, show us what you've done and telling us what you. All I had.
Chair Corral, are we still in public testimony, or are we just discussing now? Because I'll go ahead.
We're not in public testimony.
So unless the applicant is interested in continuing so that I could get a better understanding of the school district and why in 2019 the property use restriction was terminated, I will not be able to support the project as it stands. I appreciate the insight that you had into why the property use restriction was put in place in the beginning. What I'm going off of is what I'm reading, which is what it was from 2014, and it says shall include the adaptive reuse of the existing school buildings and parking structure for 450 to 100 market rate residential units. And so that's the first sentence. That's bullet point number one. The second sentence right after that is additionally buyer's proposed use of the grounds shall include commercially reasonable space for urban farming, botanical gardening, orchards, greenhouse, water laboratories, or other similar sustainable endeavors. To me, that intent's really clear. It's really clear that in 2014, when this was signed, that the intent was adaptive reuse of the existing structure and sustainable uses otherwise. I assume that was something that was brought about by consensus of community. And so without better understanding what happened in 2019 and why the school district terminated it, for me, I can't make that jump. And this feels like an ultimate bait and switch to me of using a community, get a project secured, and then changing it 5 years later because the school district is willing to sign off. The reason I'm saying I'd be happy to continue and look is because I could totally see a situation in which a school district, you could provide minutes about why that decision was made. And it would be clear to me, okay, well, the intent, yes, the second sentence after adaptive reuse is about urban farming, but they actually made a mistake. That wasn't the intent. And that was only secondary to the survival of the first sentence. But without knowing that, without seeing that, it feels to me as though the intent, what we're doing and what we're talking about today is land use. It seems to fly in the face of what this was written up, or why this was written up and who it was written up by. So again, I would extend the opportunity to continue this and get more information so that I can make a better decision based upon more information. But as it stands now, I cannot support recommending the project.
I appreciate that. Curious to know how other commissioners may feel about that particular point. From applicant's point of view, we want to be responsive, but at the same time, the document does speak for itself. There was a property use restriction. It was agreed to. It was filed. There was a release. It was agreed to. It was voluntarily released. At that point, it is still private property. So I'm just trying to sort of balance his point of view, which I certainly respect, with sort of the facts of the record. I'm trying to also understand intent, what the value of the intent, given that it is still private property today. But I'm curious just to know if this is an issue for other commissioners as well.
I'll jump in straight away. It is an issue for me. Basically, I'm a big supporter of community farming, green space in a community. I understand it's a private property, but I want to get a little bit more information of now why it's changed from the initial 2014. So I'm supportive of Commissioner Enders maybe motion. I'm not sure what the ultimate motion will be of maybe continuing and getting some more information back on the change here.
To me, it's about, it's about land use, it's about intent, when so if I sign a 25-year lease in good faith,
right,
and 5 years comes up, I at least answer Commissioner Sadowski's question differently and say, yeah, of course, we tried to figure out how to accommodate this. We signed a 25-year lease. This was really important to us. This is in the property use restriction. This is top of mind for us. It doesn't seem that that's the case. And that's why it's difficult for me to make the logical jump to say, yes, the school district, when they sign this, what I'm reading in black and white writing was a mistake and was not intended. And so in terms of land use alone, I know we're not litigating leases or anything. We're just talking about land use. And in terms of land use, this doesn't seem like what's right for this community.
Well, I would agree with that. And the other thing I think that is missing here is the commission has responsibility from a community benefit perspective as well for the land use. So I'm supportive if you want to continue to get some more information back on it, but I'm certainly supportive of your position.
So I have a question for staff. Do we have a copy of the release?
They were attached to the staff report.
It simply says that the property use restriction is terminated in full, except for a provision about the property couldn't be used for K through 12 education, essentially. That's not through the school district.
That didn't come from the school district?
It did. So the school districts jointly signed, or I guess they didn't have to sign it jointly. It's just the school district, Patty Mansour, board chair. It's a one paragraph that says this is the property use restriction is fully terminated. That was in 2019. And that's why I'm curious to know what instigated that termination, why all of a sudden. And so the applicant, which I think is very valid, said, well, it's because some people sit on these properties for forever. So the school board said, hey, you all did what you said you were going to do. You built on this. You didn't just sit on it hoping the land value would increase. You didn't, just try to wait. So he's saying that's why they released. What is difficult for me is that I don't think that the school district either intended or anticipated the event in which the adaptive reuse clause for the building is now being used as this is our authority to go build a new building or a new 100 units, because it explicitly said adaptive reuse for up to 100 units. It never said anything about a new building on land that was intended to be used for agriculture.
Which again is why we're here asking for an amendment. So, I mean, we're very clear about that, sir. I know the history does matter, but at the same time, there should be looked at, I would say, the context of the area plan, the context of what restrictions exist today. We entered into these agreements in good faith. We performed in good faith. The district released. The district had an opportunity to review, and the district had its own reasons. I certainly want to afford time, but I also wonder where that gets you if you don't like the reason that they gave for doing the release.
Yeah, for me, if there were board minutes or something that explicitly stated that the clause about wanting urban farming was secondary to everything else, and that is not as important, that would be sufficient for me.
So this is simply a hypothetical because I don't know what the record may or may not show, but if the record simply shows a consent agenda item where there was a motion made and seconded and approved to sign off on the lease or sign off on the release, what does that do?
I would be in the same position as I am today, and I would feel that this is a bait and switch and I could not support the project.
If I could maybe offer. So when we first started a conversation with Cultivate, we did talk to them about an opportunity for them to take more control and stay there longer term and change the economics. That was not something that they were particularly interested in. Again, I'm hesitant because I view a lease discussion as separate from this proceeding. But given that I'm getting questions about, intent, I feel it should at least be acknowledged that this was something that we discussed with them. They decided that wasn't something that would work for them. Certainly respect that position that they take. then the question becomes, if we had gone ahead, exercised our right, moved them, and then come here later on and said we had basically vacant land, maybe it'd be less contentions. Maybe that would have been a better way to have handled it. We felt it made more sense to do things simultaneously and be transparent.
I don't want to make assumptions about what I think I heard. We're contemplating a situation in which you were less transparent, you were saying, and that doesn't help me get to where you want me to get.
I guess what I mean by that is.
So what I would say is that the reason I asked earlier about if there was the contemplation of adaptive reuse for Westport Commons, because you're saying it's not working as planned. And I was interested if you were contemplating residential. I think that's a different story. And that's why I asked that originally, but I don't have any of the further comments for the applicant. That's where I'm at right now. If they want to continue it, that's great. I'd be happy to continue it. Otherwise, I will not be supporting the project.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the documents we have in our staff report where it includes the actual original agreement of which they purchased the property back in 2014, January 2014. Also included is a first amendment to that agreement, kind of stating additional use of the property and additional requirements of what they can and can't do on the property, spelled out in 4 different paragraphs there. And then the last and final document is one that's let's see, July of 19. Again, it was an agreement between the developer, the applicant here, as well as the school district, revoking all uses on the site that's dictated by the school district, other than those as stated at being a K through 12 type of school. So they relinquish the rights of and requirements of what can and cannot be used on that particular property. I mean, the documents are here, they're agreed upon by the owner and seller and everything as to what they can and can't do on this site. So I don't know if we continue this, is my opinion, as one member of the commission. What are we going to find? What are we going to get other than what we already have today to change or do what you're asking for them to do?
I agree. It's unlikely that there are good minutes that would support anything that would sway me, but I want to provide that opportunity because I don't think if I were doing this document, I would somehow signal to those in the future that I would be okay with certain types of uses, or I would acknowledge that I am changing my mind from what was written and agreed upon by the community. To me, it's a big change. And so I fully understand, but if there's a developer that's continuing to buy properties from the school district would be pretty inclined to go ahead and issue a termination of property use restriction if that's a potential seller or a buyer of property in the future. And so I'm not saying that that's the case, but I would want, if I were putting this document together, I would put a little bit more information in there, and the lack of information is troubling to me.
Yeah, and simply the school district could have said, no, we're not going to change any of these. And so we're not going to provide this additional amendment. If that was their opinion and what they spelled out originally on the site, this is what you agreed upon. This is what you need to maintain.
So, I mean, to me, it's like an imbalance of power. So if you're the school district and you're selling property, and you have the community has property in the moment that this property is being sold. And what happened was the community had power in 2014 to say, this is what we want. And then after that happened, essentially what we're acknowledging is the school district has the ability with this applicant to completely make a decision that flies in the face of that one day later. And I don't think that that's what the intent is of our community or the school district. I don't think the school district really does intend to be like, oh, complete about face and we're going to go ahead and just pretend that that never happened. So that's why it just seems like too much of a shift for me. And again, it's a logical leap that I can't make without more information. So again, I think there's a situation, I think there are multiple situations in which more information would get me comfortable. But right now, it seems a really unrealistic scenario that they would have decision as lightly as they did.
Chairman Crowell, I anticipated this conversation and I invited Shannon Jacks, who is in charge of repurposing with the school district, to attend weeks ago for this exact question. That's why I included the documents. I found out late last night, Ms. Jacks would not be able to attend the meeting today. School district did defer any questions about this agreement to Mr. Walsh. So by continuing this case, it's exactly what Chairman Crowell is saying. We're going to be right where we are today.
Right.
Ms. Jack said you defer. The next step is when it goes to council to have the school district there again. And this is discussed because what we're dealing with is an agreement that was made outside of the city.
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from, especially with the farm, and I'm extremely sympathetic. I'd love to see them stay at the site. They're established, they're going, but they also signed a lease and they knew what their agreement was as part of their lease. You do the same thing at your places. You know exactly what you're getting into and how you can, make sure you comply, or if something happens, you've got your plan B. And it's unfortunate, frankly. And I'd love to see them maintain, but
I just love to think about, like, there is the contractual relationships here, but the community does not have those documents that come with this. So I sort of am in agreement in the fact that that's a lease conversation. But I think I want to go back to some of the comments that were made from the community members, which was the need for, they really wrapped around the vision of urban agriculture, around native plants, around third place, though I would argue Gillen Park can also serve as that. I'm a big fan of compromises when we can't get exactly what we want. So that's where I go back to, is there opportunities for this site to have a higher and better use than just new apartments without any of those inclusive spaces for community? Or is there opportunities for ecosystems to thrive there, even at a smaller scale, or opportunities for communities to feel like it's their third space to walk around and enjoy those? I just want to ask that question. It clearly cannot be the same scale to what it is today, but I think I don't want to lose sight that it's an either or, that there might be opportunity for other ways to engage the neighbors with that.
If we are successful with the location that we've identified, I do think that would alleviate some of the concerns. It is in close proximity, but that's not but that is not a given at this time. And again, the lease is a separate matter from what's here. As we have looked at the site, we believe it's still walkable. We believe it's still accessible. I know when Cultivate does its activities, it brings in members from the community, but when those activities are not happening, as when I will drive by often, it's just barren ground sitting there. I understand that there is growing going on, but there's, at least not from the times that I've been there, when there's not some sort of planned activity, am I seeing people just milling around. I see people walking through the courtyard between the annex and the middle school. I see people walking down the old McGee Street, which is now the pedestrian walkway. I see activity from those that are out working in the farm. I see interaction there, certainly. I see educational activities on time, as you heard from testimony. But I have not seen, in the way that I think I understood your question, the go out for a walk and walk through the farm type thing, like you might do going out for a walk. Let's walk through Luce Park or any of the other parks or any of the parks that are adjacent. So
I guess I would say with your development, is there an opportunity to create that, even at a very small scale.
That's
Like,
something that we can look at from preliminary plan to final plan. Absolutely.
You don't mind. Just briefly, I think that definitely is a point of interest, and we've been looking at that courtyard area, and I understand the narrowness because of the site constraints, how inviting it is. That's why we kind of have added a path down to the street with steps. Another aspect that we are proposing to do with this is that retaining wall to make it, to do an art feature there with local artists or groups.
With hopefully KCAI to be specific.
So I think that that is a concern and a conversation that, you know, we've begun to have to some extent, but as we move through the planning process, we continue to look at, get input and maybe make some changes in that way.
Okay. I think we're at a point we need to close testimony and get to a motion here. Any discussion here amongst the commission?
I'll go ahead and just make the motion to recommend denial, and then we can, if that's not what. But I'll go ahead and move Chair Crowell to recommend denial for docket item number 2.
Second.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second for denial of docket item number 2. Is there any further discussion on this?
I just want to say that it's such a, I don't think any of us feel good about whatever decision we're making today, because it feels like some part of this vision got lost along the way. And some of that was out of our control, COVID, the state of the office market, but.
Then if it's not too late, let's do a continuance to allow more time for thought and discussion here.
Well, I want to say this. I feel like we're beating a dead horse. We cannot change the decision that the school district made. We have documents that show what they made. The community had a time that they could have gone to the school board to fight for what they feel should happen. And as we look at land use, that's what we're looking at. We're not looking at the lease. We confirmed, or I confirmed with my question, that Cultivate Kansas City had a change in leadership. We know that there's been elections, so I'm assuming since 2014, there's been a change in leadership on the actual school board as well. I do know Ms. Jacks has been there through the process of marketing their closed buildings. We're fighting a battle that's not ours. We've got the information where they said, yes, we're taking that restriction off and we're moving forward. You've had a discussion with this developer that, yes, he will work with entities that are involved to see what else they can come up with before they get to the next final thing. This is the preliminary. I don't see why we would hold up this to stop them from working with those involved to see what else they can come up with. I'm not for doing a denial for this case at this point.
Phrased differently, you know, it's a master plan development in front of us. And it's in front of us because what had previously been approved was adaptive reuse of a building. And the previous land use was urban farming, adaptive reuse of a building that's already there. So that's why it's in front of us, right?
Yes.
And so what we're looking at today is, yes, land use of this space, which we're hearing loud and clear from the community what they think the land use should be. And we aren't under obligation. My least favorite thing, as you all know, is when we move the goalposts on a developer. I hate the idea of letting private investors invest money thinking they can do something and then the city changes it on them. This is the opposite. City allowed for exactly what they wanted to do. They can turn Westport Commons into 100 units according to this master development plan, and they don't, I mean, that's in line with it. They're asking for something additional now, and we're hearing loud and clear from the community that it's not the land use they want. So that's really, I mean, where I'm coming from. But again,
Yeah, I don't agree with that. The goalposts have been moved either direction at this point in time because that was moved prior to coming to us today. That was done in 2019. And
Yeah.
so all of that, the changes and modifications to the use of the site were taken care of back then. So, and this is just a modification based on the rules that they know of or.
this is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, that nothing's been, they aren't getting screwed over by our decision because it's just a new decision in front of us and the community's saying we don't want it, and I'm agreeing.
Yeah, okay.
So the rest of the commissioners may Vote down the denial, right? I mean,
Well, I want to check. Commissioner Rojas, any comments?
No, no, I'm ready to
Okay.
vote.
So are you maintaining your motion for denial?
Yes.
Your second?
Yep.
Okay, so Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion for denial of docket item 2?
Commissioner Allender,
aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
No.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
No,
Sadowski.
No.
Okay, so that motion failed. 2 yays and 4 nays. So I'm looking for a different motion, please. I guess, yeah, I need something so we can move forward, correct? Yeah. And whether it's a continuance for or another 2 weeks or whatever the next meeting may be, this is our quorum, or just to move it forward and go from there.
And is the purpose of the continuance to get more clarity on the stipulations around the school district, or is there some other? And can I ask that of the applicant?
I don't know.
I don't
because
know
it's
what
pretty
we're going to
clear.
particularly be able to provide, whether we get 2 or 4 weeks. The hope would be meeting minutes, but I'm skeptical just from past experience that they're going to provide the detail that you're hoping for. I think, I would say that the documents speak for themselves. And Ms. Jacks had the opportunity and she's deferred and she's chosen not to come. And we would prefer to advance and continue the discussion with council.
I'm fine with that. I just want to reiterate, there's a lot of things that were discussed that I think we hope to see when it comes back to us. And so I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2 with conditions stated. And understanding that there has been a lot of information discussed, and we hope the discussion continues between now and when it goes before council.
Yes, sir.
To work on some of these items. So with that, Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Yes, Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
No.
Rojas,
aye,
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like that motion then passes 4-2.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your time and everybody else's time for coming in today. Okay, so with that, we're at 12:51 and we have to take do we have to take it even though we got a 30-minute break with war and our fire drill?
Just need to eat.
Yeah, well, we're mandated to take a 30-minute lunch break
Oh.
if we go past 1 o'clock.
Your lunch isn't here yet, so it might need to do a 45-minute break.
I want it to be as short as possible, frankly, because we've already had a 15-minute break and then another delay of another 15
Is it
minutes.
possible for us to just,
I would,
So I think we had the break. Yeah.
I
would-
would say keep going and then we can finish. If food comes, we'll eat.
is that going to be kosher with everybody if we just continue?
continue.
Is everybody here from the applicant, are they available?
Yeah.
Okay.
Joe's not here.
I don't want to get anybody in trouble. That's
I
what
said
I'm
Joe's not
getting
here.
at. So I would prefer that we keep going.
Can we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
We can take a 5-minute, let's take just a 5-minute break. It's 12:52. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I gotta walk back in, so.
You have till 1. Oh, that's in like a few minutes.
Haven't heard it yet. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. We're ready for docket item number 3, please.
Docket item number 3 is case CD SUP 2023-0003. A request.
Speak a little louder, please. It's hard to hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Final case today is case number CD SUP 2023-0003. A request to approve a special use permit to allow multiple modifications, which are requiring a major amendment to like a grandfathered SUP in District R 7.5, which is residentially zoned on about 37.8 acres, generally located at 11511 State Line Road. And Larissa Chomby is the staff planner.
Right, good afternoon. Let me share my screen.
I'm going to ask you the same thing. Please speak directly in your mic and loud.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, as previously mentioned, this is a special use permit amendment for Barstow School located at 11511 State Line Road. The subject property is located in the Red Bridge area plan. There are residential uses to the north, south, east, and State Line Road is located to the west. The subject property is being used by Barstow School, which is a lawfully established use. And the property has one main building, tennis courts, baseball fields, a soccer field, And the applicant is requesting multiple changes to the property. And those include an athletic building, 2 new parking areas and associated accesses, an addition of approximately 2,000 square feet of internal vehicular circulation, and building additions. So I tried to highlight all of the changes here for the special use permit. There are quite a few, so I'll go into a few details as well. What you see around the building, and I'll use my mouse to point it out, those are the building additions that they are proposing. And then there's 2 parking lots and the vehicular use area. So the first request is for this access drive that you see on the left, my left. That will be approximately, I think it's already 2,245, but I'll have just someone clarify that. That was placed prior to the submittal of the special use permit. And it has been, the access to it has been closed off just until we get final decision on this drive. And on the left are the 2 proposed athletic buildings. I've made sure in the staff report to focus on how they're labeled here. So the proposed detached athletic building that's labeled Athletic Building 2023 will need to go through the variance process that when we go through the BZA in a week, just to ensure that the size and height are addressed. And staff has included a condition that future detached accessory buildings meet the lot and building standards or receive approval of variances if they need them. And the reason we're not looking at the building labeled future athletics is because it's still conceptual in nature. So that one will need to come through if it meets those requirements in the future. The parking area to the left is labeled parking lot D. And that one has internal landscaping as required and will provide a turnaround area, most likely used for the athletics and additional circulation throughout the campus. And then the parking lot area on the right, that's parking lot E. That one will also require a variance because of its location in the front yard setback. They have provided additional landscaping for this area and to shield it from view. And they have also provided internal landscaping as well. For your consideration, this is just the elevations provided for the athletic building 2023. And that is consisting mostly of, want to make sure I get it right one moment. Metal panels, pre-finished metal panels, storefront glazing, and cast in stone concrete. And we have a condition that they'll continue to work with us on those construction materials prior to building permit. There is a view from State Line Road from the south of the property. And then here's just the entrance showing the landscaping that is already on the property. The applicant did submit a photometric plan with the special use permit application that shows that the lighting is compliant with code. The stormwater management was also reviewed with the application due to the addition of the internal drive circulation, and that received approval with conditions from our water department. And the hours of operation, noise, and traffic generation are that of a typical school, with principal activities occurring Monday through Friday, with the occasional night games and weekend activities. And staff believes that the special use permit will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community, since it is already an existing use. And we're recommending approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Give an approximate total of the additional square feet being added, just all the different.
I don't.
And it was really just curiosity.
Yeah, I believe the applicant might.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is David Wood and I'm with Caw Valley Engineering. Working with the Barstow School on this project. Address is 14700 West 114th Terrace, Lenexa, Kansas 66215. There's probably just a couple things I'd like to add on to Larissa's presentation about the project. Larissa, if you wouldn't mind going back to the site plan, which I think was page 4. Just kind of touching on kind of the why of the things that we're doing here. Obviously, the Barstow School is kind of master planning, a good distance out of what they'd like this campus to look like moving forward. And some of the immediate needs that they've been working on now and are continuing to work on is a turf field conversion on the soccer complex. They recently spent some money to replace the infield on the baseball field to turf. And the initial need is this proposed athletics building immediately north of the track, is to provide additional space for the students, bathroom facilities, concessions, things like that for specific these athletic events. But in support of that, there was kind of a need addressed to or identified to address traffic problems on this campus as well, typical of a K through 12 school. So the south kind of loop access drive and parking lot is kind of twofold. One is to provide parent pickup and drop off secondary access to this campus. Also intended to provide secondary emergency access to the backside of this campus. So it's kind of a critical component. And the hope is that'll be permitted soon after this SUP process. Some of the other improvements that are shown, the parking lot there that's west of the track, kind of bottom right-hand corner on the screen is more of a long-term plan just for additional parking for athletic events. And then ultimately is some of these additions may come online in the future, a dining hall addition, an early childhood type thing to support just the general operations of the building. That the parking spaces out there would kind of offset some of the loss that would occur as some of these new buildings are added in here. We don't have specific square footage on any of these buildings beyond just the athletics building. Again, they're very high level concept in nature. With our submittal, there was kind of a presentation cut sheet of what these various spaces may or may not look like down the road. But the intent would be is we would work with staff at a later date to kind of ensure those meet the campus, kind of the look of the campus that's going on here. Regarding that, we have had, obviously the neighborhood meetings and those kind of things, and have received some feedback from the neighborhood. The school outside of this particular project has made some amendments to some fencing and screening on the north side of the campus. Again, the drive that Larissa mentioned was put in separately from this project, but we've done our best to kind of capture everybody's improvements that are ongoing into this plan, so there's more of a cohesive presentation of what's actually happening on this campus. Aside from that, I could turn over to Robert to discuss other things the school has done to address neighbor concerns, but other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I would like to add that the applicant is also seeking an administrative approval for the bicycle parking requirement. And that'll be required prior to the building permit for parking lot D. An alternative compliance plan. I'm sorry.
Okay, just before we go, any other questions for city staff? Okay, Mr. Rojas, any questions?
I think we're going to talk about landscaping. I was just wondering from
Yep.
a staff perspective, is there
No questions.
Gotcha.
any requirements that we should be considering?
They are compliant with landscaping. They've also added a fence along this parking lot that you see to the north to shield it from the lighting and just the site of the parking lot. And then they are compliant with the landscaping for the additional parking spaces.
So I just want to follow up on that because I think there was some comment from the community with regards to headlights and so forth on sporting events. So now this plan would make that compliant so the neighbours wouldn't have the issue with headlights and so forth with from parking or from sporting events.
Yeah, they're waiting for you.
Yeah, I'd like, yeah.
I could address that, sir. Robert Wynn, excuse me, Director of Safety and Facilities at the Barstow School. To follow up on what has been presented to this point is that is correct. There were some concerns from citizens at the neighborhood meeting regarding lights and noise from the northern boundary specifically. The screening fence we have put in place now eliminates that, and we have further plans for a secondary fence to add to the safety of pedestrian flow. With regard to the project you mentioned, yes, it does exactly that. It splits up the opportunity for more parking during sporting events, not taking away completely, but reducing the vehicles on that end of the north end of the property. More importantly, to follow up what David said, with the traffic in the afternoon is a huge congestion at the Barstow School. We have one way in and out currently, and that creates a very large traffic problem between the hours of 2:30 to about 4 p.m. And it literally takes away one lane of traffic each direction. It clears pretty nicely, but the potential for emergency vehicles to get in is severely hampered. So what this would allow us to get more cars off state line by splitting up pickup opportunities for parents, and thereby making the traffic flow much easier on state line and opening up better ingress for emergency vehicles.
Any other questions for now the applicant? Anybody? Okay. Mr. Rojas, any questions for the applicant? Okay. Anything else you want to present before we go to public testimony? Okay. So at this time, we're going to open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There's one person online.
Okay.
Charlie, you've been requested to be promoted. Charlie's connected.
Hi, Charlie. As you take your name off or yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Charlie Schlegel. I live at 1007 West 114th Terrace.
Yes, sir.
I've lived at my home for 10 years and I've been aware of the multiple changes going on at the Barstow School property since they began work on these areas in the summer of 2022. One of these summer 22 projects was Barstow's removal of the screen barrier between the neighbors on 114th Terrace and Barstow's north parking lot, which resulted in headlights and taillights shining into the homes that were previously screened by a continuous vegetation barrier, which exceeded code requirements for 88-425. The removal of the barrier screen drastically allows more ambient light to flood into neighboring properties from the parking lot post lights, as well as from the headlights and other just general lighting on the premises. I was promised in writing via text message by the Director of Campus Safety and Facilities Services at Barstow in the summer of 2022 that there would be a continuous and tiered vegetative barrier screen. This did not happen. This has led to me further reviewing this proposed special use permit and bringing you these subsequent concerns. Barstow should be required to add turning lanes off of State Line Road onto Barstow's campus at all entries on the east side of State Line. As they just mentioned, traffic backs up on State Line Road, both north and southbound traffic lanes, severely impacting travel to and from surrounding community and neighborhoods. This traffic represents a safety issue. The traffic study references a MoDOT study. State Line Road is not MoDOT controlled. If MoDOT is considered, KDOT too should be considered. There's no reference to a KDOT study. A private study was conducted by Barstow, and coincidentally, that study produced results in favor of the Barstow School not having turning lanes. The current traffic study does not account for larger enrollment at the school, as admitted by the president of the school at the 131 public hearing meeting. Nor does the traffic study account for the students that are bused to and from the 2200 State Line Road Idea Space KC facility. The study only references current enrollment at the school as a basis for this study. The additions proposed in the CDSUP 2023, we'll go on with that one, 00003, will allow for increased enrollment and thus increased traffic. Also, per the Caw Valley Traffic Report, consideration is warranted for a turn lane. Quick Trip at 435 and State Line Road was required to install a turn lane when they were built. The reasoning for not building turn lanes per the Caw Valley traffic study is that the construction of the turning lanes is, quote, cost prohibitive. I asked KCMO staff and CPC to fully review the KCMO Traffic Engineering and Operations Manual to ensure compliance of turning lanes, specifically auxiliary acceleration turn lanes in Part 8, commercial driveway permits. The congestion happens both during morning and afternoon pickup and drop-off times, contradictory to what was just shared. Barstow must update all gravel vehicular use areas to be code compliant per 88-420-16Q per the R7.5 designation. This update will have to go through special use permitting due to the zoning designation. When this does go through special use permitting, 88-425 must be enforced on the northeast corner of the property to screen those homes that back up from Summit and 114th Terrace. I am not able to find this reflected on their plans. Also, it's been brought to my attention by several others in the area that parking lot light shields could be installed and or the use of a dimmer and timer to reduce light pollution to the surrounding neighborhoods. I've requested a lumen reading through 311 Action Center to be performed by the city as I was instructed to do by a member of Development Management Division. However, I've had yet to ever hear the results of this reading. Perimeter landscaping is required due to the new construction of the change of the fundamental development pattern, reference the traffic pattern per the Barstow School proposed traffic management improvement plan dated 2/2023. This requires full compliance to 88-425. Per the DRC response letter dated 2/22/23, section 88-425-05C states that an opaque fence may be substituted for shrubs. However, ground cover is still required within the landscape buffer strip. Revise plans and resubmit 2/8/23. Caw Valley stated a shadow box fence, a minimum of 6 foot height, is being installed approximately 12 foot north of the parking lot B to screen vehicle headlights from the neighbors to the north. The existing shrubs of the fence are proposed to remain. That's on the south side of the fence, not the north. The extent of the fence will be noted on the overall site plan, stated Caw Valley. Currently, there are no shrubs on the north side of the fence, which is in the buffer strip. The north side of the fence must have shrubs, excuse me. The fence exceeds 6 foot in height in several areas. Also, this
reaching our time here, sir. Anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we're reaching our time limit here.
Okay, can I continue?
Very, very short. Just be brief on comments.
Fences are classified as either open style or screen style fence per constructionwork.com. An open style fence is a fence that is designed not to completely conceal the interior portion of a lot. The screen style fence is defined as a fence that provides an opaque surface designed to conceal the interior portion of a property from adjacent property and public right of way. Shadow box fences are included in the acceptable designs for open style fencing. Thus, a shadow box fence is not opaque.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
No one else appears online.
Okay, this time we're going to close public testimony then. Sounds like there's several issues to maybe go through here. If you guys don't mind addressing those for us, please.
I guess the first topic I'll go ahead and address is the traffic study. We did submit a traffic study to city staff for review as support of this project. Again, it wasn't a requirement, but just for informational purposes only. It was meant to provide the Barstow School with additional information of what benefits they would receive by adding this additional access drive on the south side of campus. So some of the issues that were brought up or concerns that were brought up by the neighbor was the backup of traffic potentially in the morning on State Line Road. Again, that was a particular item that was studied as part of this analysis, and it was identified that alleviating congestion at the north entrance could be accomplished by taking the upper middle school kids, high school age kids, and actually having them dismiss out of the south side of the building. Again, it wasn't part of this presentation, but there was a traffic management plan submitted as part of our application that illustrated the travel paths of the vehicles around the parking lot. We're anticipating a single lane queue of about 50 vehicles, essentially doubling the capacity on the campus for standing vehicles during afternoon dismissal. Specifically in the morning, traffic flow is a little bit more free flow in and off of campus. They're not arriving prior to dismissal and staging. So it wasn't really as much of an issue as we identified in the morning. It's more for afternoon dismissal.
Just real quick, will both entrances still be used? So you'll have, okay.
Yeah.
So that you're actually
Yeah, we're
doubling.
splitting it in half. K through 5 will stay on actually the east side of the building. So we're not actually changing the traffic pattern that's currently there. We're amending it by adding this alternative for having pickup and drop off on the south side of the school, which will be different. Regarding turn lanes and a reference to MoDOT, the state of Missouri presents a real nice turn lane warrant analysis that folks like to use, such as us in the traffic world, to kind of give a numeric value of whether or not these kinds of improvements may be warranted. And I like to use the term may be warranted. It's not necessarily it has to be installed or does not have to be installed, but it's a volume kind of measurement that takes into account the traffic that's actually on State Line Road versus turning traffic and things like that. We are kind of at the very low end of that threshold in the comment about cost prohibitive. There is 3-phase expensive power on the side of the road that would be very difficult to move, hence cost prohibitive. If you were to look at the benefit cost analysis of whether or not that improvement would, given the cost to kind of move that infrastructure, whether or not it would really provide the benefit they're looking for, probably not, given the timing of the day and the things that we're looking at here. Again, it fits with the character of the rest of the existing public streets and private streets up State Line Road from Minor Drive all the way down to the Quick Trip near 435. There's no auxiliary right turn lanes along that entire stretch of State Line. So again, this is not a unique condition for the areas we're working on. And then
to clarify, so you're saying the power lines, moving those would be the part?
Correct. And then finally, the landscaping. There was, again, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the plantings were removed in last summer. I think there was some disease and some issues there. So the plants came out, which did pull back probably the more healthy side of the screen on the back side of that. When the plantings were removed, the school did put in new plants and shrubs along the backside of the parking lot. And again, I mean, you plant small shrubs, they're not going to be the 6 to 8 foot tall shrubs that were there before. Obviously this was a concern because it's not, again, you get 1 or 2 seasons. I don't know exactly how the code's written before it's that full height screen, but again, to alleviate the concerns with the headlights, the school did put in the 6 foot tall fence behind the shrubs. Based on what we can tell, we are in compliance with the city's landscape ordinance of having that kind of 10 foot landscape buffer then supported by the fence on the back side of it, which does have a finished appearance from both the school side as well as the neighborhood side. I think that was the primary 2 issues that were brought up, but if there's any other questions,
Yeah, I think there's landscaping in the northeast corner as well as the shielding of the lights. And so it sounds like, I think we caught everything.
With regard to the shrubbery and the landscaping that was put in, there was complaints made and there was investigation, and it was deemed that we were in compliance with code based off our residential zoning status at this time. So the inference that we need landscaping around the wooden fence, as mentioned, is in our opinion inaccurate based off the findings of that investigation. The Lumen study that was mentioned was conducted, and we found we were way under requirements for that status as well. As far as the gravel lot in the northeast corner, there are 3 bids in place to get that paved along with other gravel that's going to be used as drop zone for construction as deemed in the special use permit. So we feel the same reason about the zoning qualifications would limit the amount of landscaping we would have to use in the northeast corner based off that same designation.
So that gravel lot, you said it'll be kind of like a construction use, but it'll be paved over.
Correction,
Once
part of the
construction-
gravel lot is in place in the south end near the location of the athletic building
Okay.
will be, and then the northeast corner mentioned is not a lot per se, but it's just 2 strips of gravel around the access road to the back of the building, which are going to be paved and possibly construction landscape or drop zones.
Yeah.
As well.
And then, so once construction's complete, you'll have that paved over. Is that right?
Yes,
Or-
prior, possibly prior to, depending
Okay.
on the
Okay.
phases.
Gotcha. All right. Any other, so I think we closed public testimony. And any other questions, thoughts from the commission?
Repeat one more time, what you said the plan was with the shrubs that didn't survive. Y'all are actively planning to replant everything.
The shrubs that we initially put in, information about the final growth of these shrubs, this is prior to learning that we were in compliance with, we were trying to meet the code that was mentioned. It does take a few seasons. The problem was when they were put in, the irrigation heads in place were not meant for that close proximity. So they were missing the landscaping. And by the time it got around to them dying, it wasn't the proper weather to do any replacement. So the plan is to replace those, but they are on the south side of the fence. We don't have any plans for anything on the other side of the fence.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I was
Yeah.
just curious, in terms of the study, does that accounts for also athletic field lighting, like that cannot spill over to the neighboring?
It does. And again, I'd like to emphasize too that the stadium lights are already there. I mean, this is not something we're requesting. There was a request potentially for some future baseball field lighting as part of this thing and part of this application. And there was a photometric study completed on that as well.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Rojas, any questions?
Not any.
Okay, so at this time, we'll close testimony, speak amongst the commission, and if we don't have anything to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve with conditions.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowe,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes then 6-0. We appreciate you bringing it in and good luck as you continue forward. Okay, I believe that takes us through our agenda. Any other items to bring before the commission?
Lunch.
So I think the April 4th meeting, a couple of you will be out
Yes.
for voting. Who can be here for that, just to make sure that we,
April 4th.
I just want to make sure we have a quorum. So we'll have 5 is my preference. Yeah, I'm sure. Just kind of like today, you only had 3 cases. It'll be a pretty quick meeting.
Yeah, I
Can we
I
put it down to
probably split
one?
My day.
I'm sorry.
I could probably split my day, so I want to do some volunteering, but I haven't committed.
Okay.
Right now.
As we get closer, just make sure that, we know, because it'd be nice to have a quorum, obviously, so we continue those cases. So that's one item to think about. Another item that'll bring forward the meeting following that. We got a request from the auditor's office to go through a questionnaire and answer the questions of things that they have. So I've got a copy of that questionnaire, but I'm supposed to bring it out, hand it to everybody in a meeting. And so they want the answers or responses back by May sometime. So I think so I'm gonna have it introduced and we'll talk about it during our April meeting.
Next meeting. Comprehensive plan.
April 4th. Yeah. So that will also be the meeting in which,
April 4th is.
yeah,
Okay.
people are out for.
I will be out for part of the day on the 20th.
Okay.
I'll need to leave it.
All right. If there's nothing else, I'll take a motion to adjourn, please.
Second.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for good meeting, long meeting, and no lunch.
Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Rojas.
Thank you.
Feel better.